I did finally start the stream. I've been without glasses on stream before. Also, I had to turn HDR off, or else you couldn't see like a damn thing that was going on. For some reason, I don't know. I'm gonna put it like that. Heck, maybe I'll play some gaming after this. Oh, actually, let me show you what it looks like whenever I turn HDR on. Very bright. Alright, back off. I don't prefer it this way, but a little bright, but oh well. Okay. I'm gonna show the tweets first here. Oh, wait, shit. Wait, was the stream really running fine? Whoa, that's wild. Just to give a rundown, I I had Sea of Thieves updating, and I didn't notice. So, I'm amazed that my internet can handle it. You have mentioned Pokemon Y many times. X and Y are pretty good, but I definitely wouldn't put them in my favorites. Anyway, here it is. Do you like it? All reactors are bad people. Exciting. Good start, good start, good start. They exploit others to benefit no one but themselves. Alright, alright. So does everyone. Including yourself. You reacted to... Great. You react to videos too. Anyway, whatever. Collectively, they have stolen millions of dollars. Incorrect. From actual creators and have stopped countless thousands from having a career. Also... Well, that's technically correct, but you can say that about any big streamer. Or any big YouTuber. Or any big... Yeah. He does GTA 5 speedruns. That's like his main thing. That's why I don't understand why he keeps talking shit about literally anything else. He needs to go back to GTA. He's fine in GTA. I enjoyed his GTA content. But Ever since he got involved in COVID, and now with React channels, he's just... You fell off plus ratio, dude. Anyway. Yeah, they've stopped countless thousands from having a career, sure, but everyone has done that. DarkviperAU, 100%. You have caused people to not have careers. Because you are a bigger streamer / YouTuber, blah blah fucking blah. You're a bigger creator. That's... You have stopped people from having careers based on that. So his point here, enjoyed someone else's content, cringe ass. Exactly. Like, you can't control people. They didn't, and here it says stolen millions of dollars from actual creators. No. If you have someone who's a really big fan of a React channel, they were never going to watch that original video ever. Never had any intention of doing it. Or alternatively, they already have, and that's why they're asking the creator to then watch it, and nobody else has any interest in watching it. So that point is silly at best. And then the actual page, or the paper, is called How the React Grift Works by DarkviperAU. Grift is an incredibly overused word nowadays. Get over it. Stop using the word grift. Everybody is called a grifter now. Just deal. Just cope. Seethe. Mauled. And down here, okay. We'll get to some of these replies in a minute. This person says, I agree with what you're saying, which you probably shouldn't, but please be careful. I'm saying this from a place of concern. The people you called out in the essay have a very enthusiastic and large fan base who are without restraint. So, apparently, not only are all React channels bad, their fans are rabid dogs who 100% plan to murder you if they have the chance, is what this person is saying. Now, I hate Halo 4 watchers. Says, please be careful, someone might get mad you basically called them a rapist. Huh, wonder why that could be. We'll get to that. In his paper, he equates being a React channel to essentially planning to sexually assault someone. 100%. He did do that. It's been quoted by somebody else, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that tweet, so I, refresh the page. Why? Okay. Oh, here it is, actually. This is the exact phrase. If you meet a reactor at a party, I suggest covering your glass or outright tell them you don't want them to fuck you because they seem keen to take a person's silence for consent. I don't care that DarkViper later claims this was hyperbolic and was clearly flippant remarks. No. You can't say this in a flippant remark. You're saying outright, because you see, I suggest covering your glass implies they intend to drug you and then commit a crime on your body. No. You don't say this. I don't care what your stupid ass opinions are, which he is full of many, but you do not say shit like this. Here, let me find your profile here. I go to... Here you are. You talking about your sword and shield thing? Oh. Nice. I like that. Did it not post? It did. I found it. Let's see. Now, okay, naturally, in response to this one, which, again, this is something he said, he claims it's an analogy, which is a comparison between two things, typically for the purpose of explanation or clarification. Someone else responded, A type of informal fallacy in which the fact that two things are alike in one respect leads to the conclusion that must be alike in some other respect. I'm liking that tweet as well. Anyway, he responded, because he's a dumbass. He said, people who live their lives exploiting others, their labors or careers, in their own lust for money and power are the very sort of people who would sexually abuse someone. So, he directly says, you do react, you sexual abuse, you bad. A reactor's career is specifically about ignoring consent, incorrect, and only respecting people when profit is at risk. Again, incorrect. A reactor's career is about reacting. You call me insane, but no one can consent to something being reacted. Like, you can ask, oh, can I record a video where I react? But in the end, when you're out and about in the street, because this is the same thing, you upload a video to YouTube, to the public, people react to it. In the street, if you tripped, and someone next to you said, whoa, dude, you good? In a reaction to the fact that you tripped, you can't then turn around, shoot him 6 times in the stomach, and then tear his head off in retribution for the fact that you did not consent to his reaction. That is very much a pitiful logic. No. You cannot hold that logic. It's stupid. And only respecting people when profit is at risk. I'm assuming he's referencing the fact that whenever there's a huge backlash, they then remove the video and yada yada yada. No. You're so stupid. I said pretty much the same things when it came to your COVID video, but you are so dumb. It is difficult for me to fathom that someone is so stupid to have posted this. Anyway. This is very funny, by the way. Reacting to videos equals sexual assault, getting beaten in a speedrun. Anyway. After all, yep, he's reacted before. Anyway. His next reaction. It is hyperbole, doesn't fucking matter, but only slightly so. Not only slightly so. The definition of hyperbole is extreme. Extreme exaggeration. If you'd like, I'll pull up the definition. A figure of speech in which exaggeration is used for emphasis, as in, I could sleep for a year. An obvious exaggeration. Except that it wasn't an obvious exaggeration, because this seems like a genuine opinion you would have. The difference between actively ignoring consent for financial gain is not so far from removed from ignoring consent for sexual gratification. It is extremely removed. It is abuse of another for a selfish purpose. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Next time you trip in public, I'm gonna laugh at you. If I see it happen, I'm gonna laugh so hard and so loudly, and I'm gonna record it and put it on YouTube. That has nothing to do with anything. I am legally allowed to do that. Anyway. Another reply. Thank you for Luna here. This is so far removed from reality that I genuinely cannot support you anymore. I get that you think reaction content is low skill and exploitative, which is fair, and I agree with you, but this is just stupid. Equating stealing of content to sexual assault is too far. Agree. Like and retweet. That's a good response. Here is this again. He then said, what the dog do in Stone Sword? Equating is a word to mean the same or equivalent. Yes, my use of the words hyperbole and not so far removed both explicitly state that they are not the same or equivalent. Incorrect, because you said only slightly. In 280 characters, I said they were not equivalent twice. There's no helping some people. Agree. There is no helping you, DarkViper. You are an idiot, sadly. It is hyperbole, but only slightly so. So sexual assault is only slightly less extreme than stealing content. Yes, according to what he said. You said in your tweet that it's not so far removed, which means that it's not very different. Unless I'm misunderstanding your words, it sounds like you're saying that wouldn't be too far off to say that the same kind of people who react to content are the same people who would roofie a person and have their way with them. He then said, because he's stupid, I was using an exaggerated scenario to suggest that ignoring consent in one area of your life is suggestive that you'd have a greater chance to ignore it in another, as the mindset that can justify it in one domain can equally justify it in another. Why is he so dumb? He then said, because he just wants to dig his hole even more. Make up your mind. You can either say that you are mad because you think I said sexual assault and stealing content are the same, or that I am saying that people who commit one are more likely to commit to the other. Pick a lane and stick to it. No. No, that's not at all what they're saying. No. Because you did say that sexual assault and stealing content aren't necessarily the same, but are very similar. Not so far removed. Both are bad statements. I don't care what fucking loopholes you want to put it through. But both are stupid. And you are stupid. Good old Luna again. Fun fact, I love that Luna is ratioing every step of the way. I'm having so much enjoyment watching Luna out here ratioing every step of the way. Gonna put it live. Live on the fresh one. Anyway. Luna's response. I'm not mad about anything, mate. I assume they're both Australian. If I was mad, I would have just blocked you. I know you aren't saying that sexual assault and stealing content are the same thing, because that simply doesn't make any sense. I'm more confused about the latter. And here's a stupid response again. This is so far removed from reality. It is. To say stealing content in big quotes, really big quotes, and sexually assaulting someone, I can only imagine how someone who has actually been sexually assaulted would respond to a statement like that. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine if... I feel so bad for those people. Reactors openly say they know people may not like what they are going to do. True, because people like you exist, unfortunately. Won't ask for consent anyway, and will do whatever they want. Fun fact, again, as I said before, you trip in the street. I do not have to get your consent to say, whoa, you tripped. I don't. There's no scenario where that is the possibility. You must deal. So long as they transform the content adequately, you do not have the right to say it is stealing. Because it is not. Period. You're bad. They specifically proclaim they don't care about boundaries. Completely incorrect for most React channels. Just period. Because it is profitable, and easier not to. No. He responded again. Is it so far-fetched to you, so outlandish of a claim, that people who actively on a day-to-day disparaging the concept of consent and move from victim to victim when caught are more likely to hold to a similar mode of thought in other domains of their life? Again, this is one of the stupidest tweets I've ever seen. Yes, it is quite outlandish of a claim. I hate to be the one to say this out loud, but sexual assault and reacting to things are two very different things. You want to say you don't like reacting? That's fine. Whatever. You don't have to like reacting. You don't have to be into that. That's fine. I don't care. However, to be stupid enough to say reacting is like sexual assault is just, that's insane. You missed this one. Cool. Luna, if I pirate all my music, does that make me more likely to steal from record stores? Very cool. Anyway, I don't think Luna responded again. It's far-fetched to claim that people who watch content without a creator's permission are not more prone to be rapists. What a fucking brain-dead take, and I buy JPGs. Have to agree. Have to like the NFT artist this once. Or the NFT person, or whatever. Let's check the quote tweets on this stupid tweet, since this is the end. Oh, cool. So, people defending him, people white knighting. The fall of DarkviperAU is so sad to see. Reaction videos are lazy as hell. Again, that's perfectly fine for people to think that. That's perfectly fine. The word far-fetched, not the Pokemon. Like, it's fine to think that reaction videos are lazy. That's perfectly fine. If that's the opinion you have, go for it. You know? Some reaction videos, I agree, suck. Okay? I will live with it. But, yeah. Yeah. I'll leave it at that. Just, yeah. Anyway. Now his stupid-ass paper as my fucking eyes burn out of my skull. Because it is so bright without the HDR. How the React Grift Works by DarkviperAU. Let's go. So how does the React Grift work? A great question. I'm glad I asked it. I don't know if that reads like it to anybody else, but that reads so fucking egotistical. Nobody asked it. Nobody cares. You were the only person who thinks, no, just, you're bad. Do better. It is actually somewhat complicated, requiring a greater understanding of the content creator economy than a viewer really needs to know. I agree. If it was a grift. It is totally understandable for a person who doesn't produce content online to not know the minute details, so I will start with a simplified model of the blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna skip a lot. Keep in mind that reactors are not reviewers, analysts, documentarians, expert critics, or video essayists. Yeah, that's not your choice. You can't say that. It's not up to you. Hate to break it to you. Some of them are reviewers, some of them are analysts, some of them are documentarians, some of them are expert critics, some of them are video essayists. You have no idea what you're talking about. There are people who present their first experience of a video as content, doing so with no idea if they have anything of substance to contribute, as they haven't seen the content before. Oh, I see. Okay, so what you're doing is you're redefining the word, the phrase reactor. No, because it's not up to you what reactor means. 2, I will operate this paper under that's what he means by reactor. By reactor, he means people who take a video, don't have ever watched it before, they watch it blind, so they've never seen it before, and they come into it completely fresh, and they watch it to essentially have their first reaction be content. Which, granted, I don't like it when they don't do that with some form of reaction, some form of transformative content. But again, they can do that. You know, it's completely fine for them to do that. It sucks for some creators and stuff, but period. That's it. Anyway, in other words, they present their reaction to something they have not seen, instead of putting effort into making something after the fact once they know they have something of value to add. Get over it. Cope, seethe, mauled. First playthrough blind, some random fucking YouTube video. Well, usually it's just my first reaction to da-da-da-da-da-da. You know? Generally. In the online okay, so videos that take 5 hours of labor to make, 50 hours of labor, 500 hours of labor, and so on. Then they put it out publicly, attempting to bring themselves a certain amount of eyeballs and success. Okay. Even working 8 hours a day, that would mean only 240 hours of labor can be put into content by yourself. Most people don't understand that this space is not infinitely large. Its size is defined by the finite amount of people engaging with the marketplace. I feel like everybody knows that subconsciously, but some people do forget. These viewers also represent a certain amount of money for the creator, okay? A lot of this is jargon that means really nothing. Okay, here it is. So anytime a content creator releases a video, and any impression it gets would have gone to another content creator that the video that video not been made. This is fine, as you are not stealing impressions from anyone. Okay. If you're reacting to a video, you're not stealing anything. You're not stealing impressions. Get over it. Okay, so person just straight up posts naked ass. Very cool. A reaction is not... I can make that black pill video I plan on working on in under 50 theory debunked. Fuck you, suck my dick. As in theory, all content creators are equally deserving of those impressions. Well, except, according to you, React channels. Because, God forbid, their fans are interested in what the reaction is. God forbid their fans be interested in that person as a person, rather than the content that they're reacting to. And even then, that implies that no one goes from that channel to the person they reacted to. So it says shown in diagram 1. Yeah, whatever. This is... No, dude. Not only does this diagram not fucking mean anything, because how did you get this? How did you get any of this data? Did you ask the creator how many hours they put on that video? And then you counted each of the billion people who use YouTube, and then you checked what percentage of them went to that video? You're gonna need to do something a little more. Just period. You're gonna need to do more than this. Now, where does reacting come in? I'm not sure. According to you, hell. A reactor will take the labor of others from within the market without their consent and use it to compete with those same labors. No. Okay. On YouTube, or on any social media website, in fact, there are bubbles. There's the commentary bubble, the react bubble, the animation bubble, which is criminally small, the speedrun bubble, the yada yada yada. Some bubbles overlap. For example, commentary and react tend to overlap, and then speedrun tends to overlap a little bit with react and a little bit with commentary and yada yada yada. So no, they will not. Usually a react is not going... For example, if I reacted in its entirety, saying nothing, to a video of this animation, just random animation, the people who are going to watch me are the people who like my reactions and who are in the react bubble. The people who are going to watch them, or the animation specifically, are in the animation bubble and have no connection to me. They will not come watch me. Period. Because that's insane to imply. No. They take a video that took 500 hours of labor to make, spend 20 minutes watching it, and put it back into the market as something new, containing 500 hours and 20 minutes of labor. No. They don't. The implication here is that they then claim the effort that the 500 hours... They then claim the 500 hours as their own, which they never do. Most React channels say, hey, look, go to this channel, blah, 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 blah. Okay, what this entire paper so far really seems like is it hasn't grown up past 2016, 2015, whenever the stupid-ass React channels were there, where it was just the dude eating Pringles, like Hassan. Like, is this entire paper about Hassan? Because then I can somewhat agree, because going to take a shit while the video plays, that's not rad. That's stealing content. I can agree with that. But not with all React channels. Just period. No. They will have spent none of the time or money that the original creator did. Okay. That's not okay. We'll end up with a competitive, compelling product. In the React bubble, yes. They then do this maybe 3 times in an hour, producing content with over 1,500 of labor, but with none of the normally required expense. They don't produce content with over 1,500 hours of labor, no. They produce content, you said 3 times in an hour, so an hour worth of... an hour of labor. That's it. The React channel does not claim the hours of labor. No, I don't think any React channel you ask will ever say that they now claim the labor that it took to make the original video. I think that's insane. I think that's insane to imply. I think that's insane for you to say. But I know you believe it, which is even more insane. Obviously, normally no individual can create content consisting of 1,500 hours of labor in an hour by any other means. Neither did the React channel. Thus, no non-reactor can complete. The reactor did not do that. So this statement is completely folly. They don't then claim all of the labor. They don't. No one does. That's insane to imply. Or to outright say, which you have said. Excuse me, sorry. So it's an entirely a folly. This makes no sense. There's absolutely no logic behind this statement. Actually, what I'm going to do real fast. Damn it. Just opening up the stream manager so I don't have to keep opening Streamlabs. Anyway. The reactor is able to bring forth higher quality content far faster. No, they aren't. The videos they react to do not spawn from thin air. You know, people make them. So, no, they are not able to bring forth higher quality content. Because if no content is made first, they react to something older or they react to nothing and just talk. So, no. They don't bring forth higher quality content. Plus, the implication that the quality of them reacting is... I know that it probably doesn't mean it this way, but this vaguely implies that the person reacting has a higher quality than whoever fucking made it. No. Oh, fun fact, he did go on to say that a lot of people misunderstood this stupid-ass paper. It might mean that you did bad. If a lot of people are misunderstanding, you did a bad job. Because your job, as the person who made this paper, is to make it clear, concise, and readable. So if people are misunderstanding, that's on you. You've misspoken, you've misworded, you've yada yada yada. 100 different things. But you've done a bad job. Just like with your COVID video. Putting that out there too. The result is that they take a greater portion of the pool of exposure for themselves than what their 1 hour of labor would normally be able to pull unassisted. Okay, well this is a true statement because a React channel inherently relies on other content. I think putting it this way is weird. Take a greater portion of the pool of exposure. Exposure is limited, but there's a lot of hours in the day. So typically what exposure they were gonna get, they're gonna get. And, as with all social media, luck is a really big facet of all that stuff. You have to rely a lot on luck. You have to. There's no scenario where you cannot. Twitch, YouTube, fucking MySpace, a lot of it is luck. Someone just stumbling upon your stuff and then thinking it's cool and deciding to stay. That's it. The more a reactor takes from the finite pool of exposure, the less there is for anyone else. Agree, but that's just the case for all big channels. Like DarkViper, again, you take from the finite pool of exposure, making the less for anyone else. If people want to watch that person, you can't do anything about that. I hate to break that to you. People want to watch them, they'll watch them. It doesn't matter what you say, they'll watch them. This means that less original content creators can sustain themselves, and they have to stop creating They have to stop creating. Oh, okay, but a lot of content creators also have jobs on the side, because they know that, especially starting out, you cannot sustain yourself on creating content like this. It's just not. It doesn't make sense. I've been at this for what, 2 years, and I'm still not able to. So, indirectly, the reactor gets all the merch sales. Yes, no, but yes, but no. Because if the people are buying the reactor's merch, they were never intending on buying the other person's merch. If they're buying the original person's merch, then the reactor got them those impressions, and therefore the reactor does not get the merch sales, if that makes any sense. Ads revenue, that's how it works. People watch videos. And direct donations, again, that's how it works. Like, in the case of people like Hassan, I don't like it either, but you have to deal. That's just the content right now. That is the globe or whatever. That would normally go to other creators absent their theft. Again, it is not stealing. Every time you call it theft, because this is a pretty common method, every time you call it theft, I'm just gonna say, fuck you, no it's not. Because no it's not. It just isn't. At least not in the case for most reactors. Again, by your stupid definition of reactor, it could be. You need to give really specific examples. But it is not that. This is the same process that happens whenever a new talented content creator enters a space, but a reactor is different. They are not using their own labor or labor they have paid for. Not really. When a new content creator enters the space, typically nothing happens because they're that new and nobody watches them. Because, as we all know by now, every social media site at this point is excessively tailored towards the big ones, the big channels. Always has been, always will be, probably. Like, that's just reality. I don't know why you're complaining about it. You're not a small channel. So I'm not sure the points you're trying to make. You're speaking from a higher spot as if you're a small channel, which is very confusing. They're instead just stealing, no they're not, the hard work of others, and with only a tiny fraction of the effort the original creator made to reap even greater rewards. If they're reaping even greater rewards, then they're a bigger channel already. And they were already gonna reap those rewards. Just period. And yes, it is a tiny fraction of the effort. I do agree, because it's React, it's generally low skill. But again, if people want to watch that, there's not much you can do. Like, I don't like Hassan, which I'll always go back to him, because he's an example of a really shitty reactor. I don't like Hassan, but people watch Hassan. People simp for him, and so, all that good shit. There's nothing I can do about that, so I move on. I stopped thinking about it. The reactor justifies this to their audience by giving a tiny... Oh, fun fact. He made a joke later where he specifically looked at a single tweet where someone misspelled I am dumb, or you are dumb. And he quote tweeted that. Out of every response he got, he quote tweeted that one and said, I love comments like these, and went on about how wild it is that so many people wanted to read an essay, even though most people won't even watch his videos. Shut the fuck up. You opened it with a inciting line of all reactors are bad, and then made a 14-page essay. Of course you're going to get responses to that. The fact that you expected people not to respond to it means you are insane. Moving on. By giving a tiny fleck of their stolen exposure back to the non-consenting, unpaid laborers. Okay. 1, it's not stolen. 2, non-consenting, unpaid laborers? I get that you're desperate to put the language to, like, criminalize the big channels. God forbid they have people watch them. But non-consenting, unpaid laborers is not the... No, that's not the play there, bud. That is not the play. Do better. That is not the play. I hate that. With an understanding of how the creator marketplace works, you can see that this exposure would have been given to the laborers anyway, had the reactor not taken it with their stolen content. 1, it's not stolen. 2, that's not true. Sometimes a reactor responds to a video, a tiny video, that got almost no views, and gives it a lot of views. Alternatively, if that reactor never touches that video, it's a small video, for example, in this example, no one has watched it yet, just like 2 views. If that reactor never watched that, it would 100% have gotten 0 of that exposure, because again, it is a small channel, and small channels are not respected by YouTube. They never have been. They have never been respected by YouTube. YouTube hates small channels, and that's always been the case. Well, not always, but that is the case. So no. So no. Now let's check out your new diagram that I'm sure is just complete bullshit. Wow, interesting. Wow, interesting. More the same stupid diagram that again means nothing, but with red on it. The astute among you have realized that this is similar to how capitalism works. Oh, good. We're going down this direction. Common in capitalism is for one person to bring together a massive amount of labor under their ownership, taking the revenue generated by that labor for themselves, and then giving a portion of that revenue back to its laborers. The difference between React capitalism and traditional capitalism is that laborers consent in a normal company, blah 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 blah. In React capitalism, the reactor keeps all the profit for themselves, does not ask for consent, and gives nothing more than a small portion of the exposure that the enterprise is stealing for themselves. The exposure again would have gone to the other creators anyway if they were not in the market with their stolen content. No, it would not. You constantly saying this phrase over and over again because you're really dedicated to it. I understand that. This exposure again would have gone to other creators anyway if they were not in the market with their stolen content. If a reactor did not exist, yes, the impressions would have gone to another creator, probably another big creator. But not the video they most likely reacted to, unless they reacted to a big creator's video. Quite the scam, eh? No. No. Unlimited free, non-consensual labor? No. No. It's not labor, one, because they don't work for them. It's non-consensual, but again, you misspelled consensual. But again, did he? Whatever, it doesn't matter. But again, you do not need consent to react to something. Hate to break that to you. Again, if I trip, I fully expect people to be like, tripped, XD, you know, yada, yada, yada. Why the fuck does my app keep disconnecting me from chat? Bothering me. Anyway. Sigh. Anyway. Maximum profit and exposure, and only a tiny amount of effort required on their part compared to the labors they take from their infinite. Again, every time I see unpaid labor, I laugh in my head because it's so dumb. DarkViper has such a complex, dude. So many different complexes stuck in his head. It concerns me sometimes. Content creators will pick the cotton for their reactor, and the reactor doesn't even need to feed them. Hate to break this to you. People getting their videos reacted to is not slavery. It's not sexual assault, and it's not slavery. So, because of this, because you're so directly, pick the cotton, directly comparing it to slavery, I'm going to ignore anytime you say stupid shit like this for the future. Because, my God, how dumb can you be? Genuinely, it is so difficult to be this dumb. With this understanding, you might be able to see why large content creators have such a hard time not creating React content. I mean, this statement I agree with. Large content creators can easily create React content because they have a really loyal audience. And then, bing, bang, boom, short, no-skill video, and it's out. I agree. But not with anything else you've said, because it's so stupid. Exploitation is really, really profitable. Exploitation is a strong word. And beating your competitors is far easier when you have no labor costs and spend a fraction of the time to get the same product. No, you do not get the same product. I remind you once again that reacting is not the same as doing. So the people who were going to watch the react are not going to watch the other video. Originally, I mean. If the reactor did not exist, they would not have watched that original video. They would not have. No, they would not have. Hate to break that to you. You can likely also see why the actual content creators hate reactors, and not that there was a huge movement in 2016 to call them out. There was a huge movement in 2016 to call them out. Yes, I actually referenced this earlier. However, this was due to the high rise of reactors in 2016, whose entire business model was sitting there silently, eating, usually, and watching a video, doing nothing. React has evolved by so many thousands of fucking steps since then. It is 2022. It has been 6 years. I think I was 15 in 2016. Grow up, dude. It's been years. Grow up. Unfortunately, the rise of live streaming has brought forth a new brand of exploiter ready to fill their bellies with the free labor. Okay. Creating actual content takes time, blah, blah, blah. If you do it all yourself, you will quickly get tired, burnout, or run out of ideas. It happens. The exploiter class. Interesting. XQC. I have never watched him. I have no idea who that is. Hassan. I happen to agree with this. Hassan, bad. Pokimane. I agree with this. Pokimane, bad. Moist Critikal. You're just wrong here. Charlie does not react to full videos. He never has. Well, maybe a long time ago. But he doesn't now. He reacts to snippets of videos. No. I don't even know how to respond to that without calling him a dumbass. Because that's one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Moist Critikal, which I'm not even going to say I usually watch his videos, because I usually don't watch Moist Critikal a lot. I really don't. But the videos I do watch, he's really unique among React channels. He does a really good job. It's not the full video, ever. There are times where I'll watch his video, which I do sometimes, and I won't get the whole story of the whole video. So I'll take my ass over to the original video, and I'll watch the original video to understand what I missed. And yet he puts him in the exploiter class anyway. I agree with Hassan and Pokimane. I do not agree with Moist Critikal, and it's stupid to lump them in together. Absolutely dumb. We'll use this unpaid labor to avoid this expense. That's not why people do it, but okay. And therefore draw the maximum viewers and revenue from actual creators. Actual creators? Again, you do not decide what creators are. You put out content, you are a creator. Period. Why the fuck does it keep disconnecting me from my own Twitch chat? How am I supposed to keep the chat up to read it? Hang on. I have to check something. Okay. They will, of course, then upload the stolen content to their YouTube channels as well to further maximize profits. Okay, I guess. That's a weird way to say that, but okay. That would otherwise, again, go to actual content creators. No, it would not. Again, it would not. Each of these creators earn on average... It took like 10 seconds for it to disconnect me from a chat again. Well, hopefully that gets fixed tomorrow or something. Looks like I can't put it on my phone this time. I'll just have to open Stream Manager every time I want to look. Anyway. Each of these creators earns on average $20 million a year on the backs of unpaid writers, and content creators, no. I mean, maybe $20 million a year, maybe. But, they're not unpaid writers and content creators. They are content creators and content creators and content creators, and that's it. Who do not even get asked whether they want to be unpaid interns. No, that is not how that works. They're not unpaid interns because someone else reacts to their content, period. In these enterprises of exploitation, I agree that it can sometimes be exploitation. I agree. Hassan, Pokimane, yada yada. I agree. But you are lumping way too many channels in here, which is why I have to talk about it. You might say, but I have heard of X content creator who is fine with reactions. What you're ultimately asking is, why do people participate in React capitalism even if they hate it? No. 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 What? You said, you might say, but I have heard of X content creator who is fine with reactions, which if someone is fine with reactions, none of your fucking business, if they like it or not, you deal. You put up with it. If a content creator says, I don't like reactions, it is completely up to the reactors then whether or not they want to respect that or not. Obviously, you should respect that, but it is not a requirement. Never will be. What you were ultimately asking is, why do people participate in React capitalism even if they hate it? No. That's not what the sentence means, but thank you anyway. The answer is that everyone in the content creator marketplace is affected by React content. Obviously. Regardless of whether or not they give up their content to their overlords. Reaction channels are not dictators, DarkViper. Again, you have reacted to content before and done nothing to contribute to it. So, by your own logic, you are then an overlord. So, shut up. They're not dictators. As long as reactors are around, you are still losing out, as they will use their free labor to steal away exposure. No. That's all I'm going to say to that one, because I've dealt with that one. So no. At least if you join them by giving them unpaid labor, you can get that small flake of exposure back. That implies you can only get exposure back if you say, yes, I really like it when people react, which is not true. It is similar to people working on an Amazon warehouse. I can easily, very readily say, no, it is not. They might hate Amazon, but they do need a job, and getting that small flake from Amazon's massive revenue is better than getting nothing. Everybody needs a job. And yeah, some people don't like that they get so little while Amazon gets so much, but again, that is not a reaction issue, that is a big channel issue. Even if you say no one is allowed to react to my content, you are still losing the same way we all are. No, not we. You are a reactor, so you are not we. Sorry, bud. As reactors will just move to the next person's unpaid labor with absolutely no consequences to their profit. Probably, again, because it's their right to react to things. Even if you say no one is allowed to react to my content, people don't have to respect that. It's good if people do, but you do not have to respect that. In the same way that if you say, no, I won't work for this exploitative business, they will just move on to the next worker. Yep. That's life. Again, a big channel issue, not a React issue. It takes a huge movement to compel labor exploiters to do anything, online or not. Labor exploiters. Dude, you hurt me. DarkViper talks like that 16-year-old who works at Amazon, still lives in 2012, and constantly talks about forming a union. Which unions are generally a good thing, but still. The idea of reactors being benevolent overlords, again, not overlords, seeking out poor downtrodden content creators to give exposure to is, of course, a convenient lie. No one ever claims that. No one ever claims that a reactor's whole thing is to find content that no one's seen before that's really small, and then to give it exposure. No one says that. Most React channels find something big, or something a hot topic, and they react to it. That's it. Deal. Cope. Seethe. Malt. Ignoring that absent the existence of React content, more exposure would be going to original content big and small. Reactors also do not seek out tiny content creators who can't catch a break. Again, it's his stupid exposure bullshit. Do not seek out tiny content creators who can't catch a break. Which they do not have to. They are not... It is not their responsibility to do the things you demand they do. Sorry. Hate to break that to you. You are not Susan Wojcicki, or whatever her name is. You cannot tell people on YouTube what they have to do. Period. Deal. They find videos that are already doing well. Agree. Hence the point of the algorithm. And are already successful. Agree. Thus, those who do not need exposure. Agree. Reactors are not seeking out content to give it any sort of boost. Agree. They are seeking out content to bring themselves the maximum amount of profit. Agree. It is a business. YouTube is a business. Twitch is a business. All these different channels, all the different social medias, they are businesses. People are looking to make money. Deal, cope, seethe, mauled. Any benefits they claim to bring are merely justifications, so they continue their theft, not because they are acting with the goal of benefiting others. Okay. 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 Yeah, I mean, if that's your opinion, fine, whatever. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Like, they can do that. What are you going to do? Say, that's naughty, and then they'll just stop? No. You know how many videos were made on Jake and Logan Paul back in the day? Like, they didn't become less relevant because they stopped. Well, one of them did. One of them went into boxing out of fucking nowhere. And now that's no longer an issue. You know? So he's no longer doing that. So it's moved on. But, no. They don't have to. It's a business. They will do what they want. No matter how much you complain, they will do what they want. And again, I do not prefer most React channels. Hasan, Pokimane, blah, 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 don't like them. But they're still going to do what they do. They're still going to make money. People are still going to watch them. You can't control people. In the same way that Amazon may be people paying for people's rent, not technically accurate. They're paying for whatever that person wants to pay for, technically. Well, no. They're paying for the work they do. The hours they work. Technically, no real connection to your rent. Now, that money does tend to go towards rent, but that's not what they're paying for, if that makes any sense. That's mostly nitpicky, but I stand by it. But if they could not do that and still get the labor, they would do so in a heartbeat. I hate to break this to you. Businesses don't like to spend money. That's just true. Businesses do not like to take the money that they have and give it to other things, because they are a business. That is capitalism. That is how the world works. I don't want to give my money away. Like, I do sometimes just to be charitable, but I'm not going to go out into the fucking street and just be like, who wants some money for no fucking reason? You know? No, it's just not going to happen. Some people who are a little bit more generous, a little bit more trusting, they might. But I'm not that type of person. Deal, cope, teethe, mauled. Whatever you need to do to get through it, do it, man. Because right now you're really struggling. Like, you're coping as hard as you can cope. You're a wheat waffle in GTA, and it's concerning. A reactor can't make another person's content good. True. If your content is bad, no amount of reactions will save it. I agree. If your content is good, then it will get exposure naturally, and so you don't need reactors. Incorrect. Incorrect. Again, a lot of social media is entirely luck. Entirely based on luck. Flip a coin, you might get exposure. It doesn't matter how good your shit is. You might get 0 exposure. Period. There are some god-tier animations out there with like 5 viewers. That is fucking amazing content, and it gets shit in exposure. So this is just ignorant. This is so ignorant to say. A reactor can't make your career. Agree. Only you producing good content can do that. Well, a reactor actually can technically make your career. They react to the right videos, suddenly boom, they're booming, you know, whatever. It is therefore amusing when reactors blame the content creators when the magical boost of viewership they are meant to experience never materializes. Again, it is mostly luck. It is silly that a reactor would then blame the content creator, but it also seems like you're doing a Twitter where you're making up a guy in your head, getting mad at that guy that doesn't exist, and then talking to everyone else about it. So that's bizarre. I don't know, has Hasan done that? I could believe it. It is as if, for reactors, it is the content creator being stolen from who is... It is the content creator being stolen from who is responsible for making good content, specifically for the reactor, and they have failed in their duty. That was poorly worded. That was so poorly worded. If the degree of benefit, return stolen exposure, not stolen, a creator gets is solely dependent on the quality of their content, then it shows just how redundant reactors are. Well, the degree of benefit is not solely dependent on the quality. So, period. Moving on. Again, by your own stupid ass logic, Hassan and Pokimane both should have 0 viewers ever. They should never get exposure, because by your own logic, they are exempt from the points you're making here. So by your own logic, they should then receive nothing, because they don't have good content, right? According to you, their content bad, so they should be getting nothing. This would be the case regardless of whether they existed or not, making the reactors just the middlemen growing fat and lazy on the labor of others. That seemed kind of like projecting. You've been comparing them to like dictators and overlords and stuff this whole time, and suddenly they're fat and lazy middlemen. That seems a little. I don't know. It's a big turn in insults, is what I'm saying. And yeah, I agree. Some reactors do grow fat and lazy on the labor of others, but you know, again, maybe I'm stupid, but I disagree with the luck thing. Explain to me what you mean. Because I've heard people disagree with the luck thing before. I usually disagree with their disagreeing, but actually, here, I'll explain a little bit of what I mean first, just so it's not just completely out of left field. So if I go here, and I look up Dead by Daylight, that's a good example. And I look up Dead by Daylight. According to this paper, if you make good content, the exposure will ride, and you will get exposure no matter what, because you are making good content. So if I look through these people, and a lot of these are very high quality, I can physically see these are very high quality streams, most of these. And yet, the more I scroll, 1 viewer, 2, 3, we're getting to 4, we're getting to 5. Good for these people, we're getting higher. We're getting to 13, we're getting to 20s, we're getting to 50s, yada yada. But these people up here in the hundreds, Plus, notice the huge difference. 389 viewers, 794 with the top one. So if we go down here, the implication is that the quality of down here, these streams, are really shitty. On the basis of this guy's stream must be really fucking cool. Which there's no difference, just from what I'm looking at here, between this guy's stream and the stream 3 above him from Jermeath at 68 viewers. I see little to no difference, besides that one is playing Survivor and the other is playing Killer. If that makes any sense. So it's entirely down to whether or not you were lucky enough for people to click on your stream. You were lucky enough for them to stick around. You were lucky enough, yada yada yada. You know? I personally think it's almost entirely due to luck. Which again, I understand when people disagree, but I think it's almost entirely based on luck. You know. Because obviously I don't want to be egotistical or anything, but it's not like my streams are low quality, but typically my viewers are 0, 1, 2, maybe 3, no matter what category I'm in. Whether I'm in this category, Batman, Dead by Daylight, TF2, yada yada yada. No matter what category I'm in, usually I'm low. So in that regard, either I've gotten unlucky, and a lot of it is due to luck, or I'm deluded, which I hope not. Which is kind of why I'm asking for more of an explanation, if that makes any sense. No, you're not delusional. Well, I didn't figure I was, but you know, that's why I'm saying to an extent it's luck. You know, because you got to be lucky enough for people to be on. You got to be lucky enough for people to click on you. Because specifically in the case of Dead by Daylight, which I'm using as an example, there's a lot of people on here. You know. So on a random day, if I want to come in and I'm just like, who do I want to watch? I'll look for someone playing killer, and I'll just look around and boom, all right? Drunk and dying. Trapper killing. Boom. So they then would be lucky enough for me to click. You know, because I just randomly picked. I scroll again, boom. Let's try this again. Someone playing Ghostface from Waby Bobby. So to me, again, which maybe I'm wrong, to me that's entirely based on luck. Based on me scrolling, me finding someone I want to click on, boom, I clicked. Now, to be fair, I'm not usually like a viewer or anything. Like, it's not, I don't regularly watch Twitch a lot. I'm more of a streamer than a viewer. It's a hard market, it is. I do agree, it is a very hard market. But I still say a lot of it is down to luck. Because, for example, if I go to a game that has just no streamers at all. Let's go to Arkham Asylum. Okay, there's one. Hang on. Go to another Arkham game. Oh, okay. Origins? No, really? There's one per? Alright, that's wild. Anyway. Usually these games have no viewers. Because nobody's playing them. Usually no one's playing them. However, this game specifically, has 108,000 followers. So that means that many people want to see this game played. So let's say I came in and I decided to play this game. Well, the odds of even 1% of those 108,000 followers even bothering to look at the fact that they got an alert that their game is being played is like 0. Because I've played games with a lot of followers that no one else is streaming. And I've still gotten nothing. Just 0 viewers the whole time. I've had that happen many times. So, I think a lot of it is to do with luck. Which again, it's okay if you disagree. But, I don't think I'll ever change my mind. But I don't know, if you have a good enough explanation of what you mean, then I might agree. But I'm gonna keep reading until you're finished typing, because I figure it's a long one. Let's see. Where was I? The worst part of the modern discourse on React content is people conflating different forms of content as React content. This results in the explorers being able to hide themselves in the ambiguity, shielding themselves from criticism. Okay, I can kind of agree with that. Reactors are not reviewers, analysts, documentarians, expert critics, or video essayists. In your opinion, yes. I do disagree with this to an extent. Some reactors are reviewers, some are analysts, some are documentarians, not many. Most are not expert critics, I guess. But a few are video essayists. I've watched video essays that were essentially React videos, just longer. I've seen reviewers. I've seen there's actually a YouTuber I watch pretty regular. He analyzes body language in the people in the video he watches. So, and I would call him a React channel, but he analyzes. So, you know. I know what he's essentially doing is he's saying these don't count, these are excluded, but not really. They are people who present their first watch of a video as content in some media. Well, that's not a React channel. That's I guess it would be a React channel, but that's not everything a React channel is. You can't just say, and everything else doesn't count, you know? Their reaction to something they have not seen before. The other content described previously I defined as response content. Response. If I Google response, is one of the things that come up as a synonym gonna be react? They're the same thing. Like they're the same thing. Sorry. Response content is where you see someone else's content and feel that you have something of significance to add. No, that is actually React content, as defined by, I believe, YouTube itself. This can take the form of review, analysis, blah, 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 blah. You take relevant parts of the original video and make your own, splicing in parts to give your own work content. This new content is transformation. So again, this whole paragraph is based on you saying, I disagree that such and such and such is transformation. But again, that's not up to you. You are not the god of YouTube, you know? I'm on mobile. Hey, take your time, dude. If you gotta type out that whole ass thing with your thumbs, I understand. This thing is 14 pages, man. It's gonna take me a while. This new content, in that you cannot recreate the original video just using the response video. I've talked about this before. Reactors do not transform, in your opinion, for how would they know? They haven't seen the content. Reactors use the entirety of the work. Merely added to, you can quite, well, again, some people think that that addition is enough. And it's not really up to you. A React video generally consists of something unedited, usually just paused at various points to make statements that can be entirely addressed by the rest of the video, but the reactor's unaware of this because they haven't seen it yet. That's just live streaming, bud. That's just live streaming. Best Day, are you going to criticize me on the basis that I stop at each sentence that I want to react to, and I don't keep reading because, God forbid, what if something I said is confronted later? No. Deal. Cope. See the end mauled. Hassan can't be an outlier if he's the most successful person on Twitch. Well, I don't think he's the most successful, but him being... Oh, he is at the moment? Okay. Well, him being the most successful makes him an outlier, by definition. Because you don't see every React Twitch streamer being the most successful person on Twitch. You just don't. So for cases of people like Hassan and Pokimane, yeah, they got big, but that's not common. Therefore, they are outliers. Plus, I would actually use Hassan and Pokimane both as examples of the kind of people he's talking about that I also dislike. Going to take a shit while a video plays while you're gone, that 100% is stealing content and is bad. But Hassan does that anyway, so, you know, he is an outlier because he's so successful, but he also sucks. Let's see, where are we at? No amount of pausing a video and speaking is ever resulted in a reactor ever putting even 1/100th of the effort of the original creator they are stealing from. 1, not stealing. 2, not true. Just using myself as an example, I live streamed watching a video called what was it called? 100 Black Pill Beliefs. The video was like 12 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. But my live stream was over 6 hours because I paused and talked for so long. So no, I completely disagree. Wouldn't XQC, Forsen, and those other people who react to Hell's Kitchens be content of that type? Okay. Well, to be honest with you, I've never watched XQC, so I don't know. Or Forsen. According to DarkViper, he actually uses XQC as an example. He didn't mention Forsen, but he does use XQC. I've never watched him, so I can't comment. The issue, my part of my issue with the earlier statement, though, is that he lumps 5 names in together. XQC is one. Hassan, which I agree with. Pokimane, which I agree with. And Moist Critikal. No, that's 4. Whatever. And Moist Critikal. Or Charlie, as most people know him. And if anyone has ever seen Moist Critikal's content, you know it's not even generally like anything so far in this paper. You know what I mean? It's silly. And even then, the issue isn't Hell's Kitchen, in my opinion. Because I think you can react to Hell's Kitchen. I think, you know, you do it correctly, you can react to Hell's Kitchen just fine. You know? The issue is that Hassan and Pokimane do nothing while watching a video. Or specifically Hassan, he goes to take a shit and buys a $200,000 Porsche. Anyway. Where was I? Reaction content is different from response content, in your opinion, but reactors hide behind those who create this form of content create to avoid criticism. I mean, yeah, I agree with that, but also the only one drawing a line between those is you right now. So, if you believe a person's goal with react content is to add value to something, I do for some channels. Why wouldn't they watch it all in order to have an entire understanding what is in the video? Because it's less entertaining. If I watch a video, and then I come back and show it to everybody else with my reaction of, oh, well, I just saw this video, so none of it's new. None of it's surprising. So there's no, oh, that's so cool moment, you know? Because I've seen it all already. That's boring. For some people. Like in the case of, on YouTube right now, and Kanto is real popular. So there are people like vocal coaches and songwriters and theater people and stuff reacting to the songs. You know? Which makes sense, in my opinion. For the first time, I will say again, because that's more exciting. Let's see. They could then respond to it only using those parts they believe they can add on something insightful to. That defeats the purpose of a reaction. They don't do this because it takes effort. No. I mean, yes, in Hassan's case. But in most people's case, it's just... Again, it would defeat the point of the reaction. Like, reactors are lazy people more interested in free labor. Some of them, yes. Generating profit for themselves and creating valuable content. Many of the reactors have stolen fortunes so significant that they could make amazing original content by paying talented blah blah blah. Okay, again, you cannot decide what people do with their money. I don't like Hassan as much as the next dude, but I also can't tell him what to do with his money. I can call him a hypocrite for spending $200,000 on a Porsche, even though he's a socialist and says tax the rich, blah blah blah, you know. But I can't say that he's not allowed to spend his money however he wants. Or for the rare reactors that once had the talent, they could maybe make it themselves. DarkViper, you are such a dickhead. Well, why is that any different than normal channels? What do you mean? I don't know. I don't know specifically what this question is in response to be honest. Unfortunately, I can't see messages as they come up. Whenever I bring it up on my phone, it disconnects me from the chat like 2 seconds in. Oh, no, the entire paper is an attack on reaction channels, just in general. Every single reaction channel. Like, he published it with the title, React channels are bad, or people who react are bad, or something like that. Are bad people. Reactors are bad people, that's what it said. Oh, you think that's stupid. We haven't even gotten to the point where he calls react channels sexual assaulters. We'll get there. That's a terrible opening argument. Oh boy. Oh boy. Don't worry, we'll get there. When he says that for reacting to something, you are someone who would roofie someone's drink, then we'll get there. They don't do this though, okay? Why would you fly out and get permission to look at the most amazing houses in the world when you can steal the footage from the people who did spend the time and money to do that? Because not most people do not have the means to do so. Therefore, the public footage that people put out there is free use. In that case, if they're making a video on it. Cope Seed Mall. Reactors know that making original content is a sucker's game. There's no original content video that they can make that will have as good as a return on investment as React content. I mean, that's true, yeah. React is less effort than regular content, yeah. Yeah. The investment is zero, and the return is effectively unlimited. According to you, it cannot be unlimited, based on an earlier paragraph, so no. React content therefore funnels money to those who are specifically the least likely to spend it making amazing content for us all to enjoy. Again, stop using the we and the us. You are not we. You are not us. You are a big channel. While making the rewards for people who are actually making original content smaller. Not really. I've made that point before. If you ever thought content on YouTube has gotten worse, it is large part the React's fault. No, it's YouTube's fault. Because YouTube promotes videos like that. So no, it's not the Reactor's fault. They are just taking advantage of the system. Perhaps you have seen reactors say, I am just stealing from large companies, so who cares? Ignore that people rely on these companies for employment, as I've outlined previously. What they are actually doing is using content they didn't create to pull exposure and revenue from original content creators exclusively for the reactor's gain. Hassan, Pokimane, Moist Critikal, XQC, etc. are multi-million-dollar companies and generate revenues that eclipse most of the companies of the world. Giving them more money to throw in their piles of cash that they won't even use to produce content is not an improvement. $1 given to an anime studio has a damn higher chance of making quality content than giving it to any of them. Anime studios also make a lot of money. So if your point is that they make money, then giving it to any company at all is bad. So this is a silly point. You cannot control what people want to watch and want to give money to. You can't. Like, the amount of money that Hassan gets and he's donated to and all that stuff. He gets a lot, but I'm not going to presume to tell people you shouldn't give them money because it's none of my fucking business. It's not my money. It's not my right to tell you what to do with your money. Hassan's character or politics shouldn't be the vocal point. I think he's decent, but not that great as a creator. As a creator, I don't know. I don't really care for Hassan. I don't like that he went and took a shit while, a video was playing. Same with how Pokimane got banned for the DMCA. Well, to be fair, she kind of deserved it. And the fact that a lot of Twitch streamers then said, in defense of Pokimane, I'm gonna watch a whole video. But it's true that his character or politics shouldn't be the vocal point. I would argue that his character probably should be, because a lot of what a Twitch streamer is his personality, his beliefs, stuff like that. His politics shouldn't be, I agree. However, a lot of his earlier stuff was entirely political, so it was a huge part of his channel, and he never really gave that kind of logic up. So the whole I'm a socialist thing is still a big part of his character, But that's just my opinion, to be fair. That's not everyone's opinion. More importantly, the legal position of platforms like YouTube and Twitch are balanced on a razor's edge. I agree. All it would take is one significant legal challenge from a company to set precedent that could destroy the delicate balance and make all of our careers impossible. I mean, true, I guess, but you're really blanket in that. XQC, Hassan, Disguised Toast. Okay, now you're including Disguised Toast. Oh, yeah, because he, in defense of Pokimane, didn't he watch a whole TV show or whatever? Because he and them played a lot? Whatever. We're recently gambling with the careers of tens of thousands of people in order to stream hundreds of episodes, TV shows, cartoons, and anime. I do agree with this point. This was dumb. It doesn't matter how unlikely such a legal challenge is, the odds are not zero. Agree. We have been lucky to make it this far. Agree. They drew massive unwanted attention. Agree. They have enough money to live the rest of their lives, so give no thought. Oh yeah, they don't care. They're big enough creators that none of this will affect them. They will live on for the rest of their lives, happy in the fact that they have enough money to swim in it. They do not care. Whatever effect they have on smaller streamers, they don't care. I don't know if I call them monsters. They're a bit of selfish dickheads, but I wouldn't call them monsters. You're being very dramatic, DarkViper. But I do agree with most of this paragraph. I mean, as an argument as a whole. Oh, I see. Now we come to the issue of consent. Again, in order to react to you, there is no obligation that they must get consent. Again, I'll go back to the point I made earlier because I don't think Bloop Me has heard it yet. If you trip on the sidewalk, I do not need consent to go, whoa, you tripped, dude. There's no reason for me to get consent to react to you tripping. No reason. It's very nice, it's respectful to get consent. But it's illogical for me to see you trip, tap on your shoulder, be like, is it okay if I say you tripped? Is it okay if I say, whoa, that hurt? You know? So that's a silly point, which I've dealt with. While reactors dismiss the idea of paying workers for their labor, again, they're not paying workers for their labor in your deluded little world. They don't work for them. I don't pay the laborers who built my car. I still use my car, you know? Or giving them a say over who can profit from it, they will also attack the idea of informed consent as a concept. Again, informed consent is nice, it's respectful, but it is not required. Stating that they will steal as much of the person's labor, not stealing, as they desire before the person finds and tells them to stop. In other words, if you feel pressured to not cause a fuss about someone stealing your content, perhaps due to the fear of powerful reactors in the audience will threaten your livelihood with backlash, or if you're not knowledgeable enough to say no, you don't know another person is out there exploiting your labor, again, you need to stop using this language, because this is dumb. Or if you physically can't say no, maybe because a reactor has spiked your drink at a party. Here we are. We're here, Bloop. We're here. I told you earlier, I told you, this is when he calls reactors sexual assaulters. Yes. We'll get there. He makes it worse. Fun fact, he defended this point on Twitter and said it was hyperbolic, but not wrong. We'll get there, Bloop. We'll get there. We will get there. A reactor believes they can do whatever they want to you. Consent to reactors means they can do whatever they want to you unless you have explicitly told them no. Going to a party with a reactor must be a scary thing. Besides, a person unironically saying that all other content creators should contact them personally to tell them whether or not they can steal their labor is the most egotistical thing ever. No, it is not, because right now, with your edition of egotistical thing ever, you're defining the word react, you're telling other people what they can do, and you're demanding that everyone listen to you. So, no. The world revolves around me. You do seem to believe that, DarkViper, as if all content creators have an obligation to watch every one of a reactor's streams in case their content happens to be stolen that day. The assumption would be that their fans would let them know, but I do agree that that part's a little silly. I mean, I do agree in letting them know. It's a nice, respectful thing, but again, they are not obligated to do so. Isn't Viper politically right? If he's politically right, then he's very bad at being right. I'm pretty sure he's left-leaning. Because he made a video before about COVID, not... I was going to say not too long ago. I guess it's been... 6 months? Maybe 7. Or maybe 4. I'm so bad with time. He made a COVID video not too long ago, and his whole point was entirely a left-leaning rant of how much he hated people not doing the vaccine and masks and yada yada yada. And that's generally a left-leaning point, so he might be right. He might be politically right, but if he is, he doesn't hold many right-based opinions, so I don't know. The reason reactors stop stealing your content, if you find out, isn't out of respect for you or content creators in general. You don't know that. That's not your place to say. Their whole existence revolves around disrespecting them. Again, no. They stop because they fear a copyright strike. Incorrect. A reaction is transformative, typically, so they have no reason to fear a copyright strike. You found them stealing from your house and they stopped because they're worried you'd call the cops. No. They are not stealing. They are not physically taking anything from you. Period. Period, exclamation point, question mark, whatever. Any of the punctuation. They obviously don't give back anything they stole, but they then go next door and start stealing from your neighbor. Again, no. There are never any consequences for a reactor when they're found stealing, because it's not stealing. So they just keep doing it. No. Not to ruin the party, but React content is still not good even when consent is given, in your opinion, which is, that's not your place to say. It is just at that point less objectionable. Okay. When a reactor asks for consent, they are implicitly saying, I have a lot of money, influence, and power. What if I took your labor for free in order to give myself even more? I will use your labor to farm exposure and money for myself, and some of it might trickle down to you. No. This is the most ignorant, fucking insane sentence I've ever seen. When someone asks for consent, they are saying, do I have your permission to react? That's what that means. And most reactors do not have a lot of money, influence, and power. Unless you are speaking only from the stupid-ass logic of someone like Hassan. And since when has Hassan went around asking people for permission? What? So that part's insane. I don't know what. None of these are equal equivalents. I agree. That is a common issue that DarkViper has always had. In every video he has ever made that's a rant-style thing, including this paper, he makes a lot of equivalences that absolutely have no connection at all. Being hyperbolic ruins his point. Oh, we'll get there. He actually points out in tweets in defense of this. A lot of people responded. And he said that, yes, I was being hyperbolic, but I'm still right. But the worst part is, no, he's not. Like, him being hyperbolic really is ruining his point 90% of the time. And then it says, this turns non-consensual unpaid labor into consensual unpaid labor. No, it doesn't. Because you're not paying them for their work. At all. Because their work was not for you. Therefore, it's not unpaid labor. It's labor that they chose to do, essentially. If that makes any sense. Which isn't exactly great. Blah, blah, blah. And here's another reason why I don't think he's right-leaning. This is the trickle-down theory of React economics. If the people at the top get bigger, if only they didn't have to pay for labor, you'll see some benefit somehow. Any day now. No one has ever claimed that. Big channels get bigger. Small channels stay small. That has been the case for years. That is just YouTube. That is the way YouTube works. YouTube likes money. Business like money. I don't know why that's a revelation, but he hasn't mentioned that works can be transformative. He doesn't believe that there is. I don't think... Well, actually, he specifically mentions that in his opinion, if a reaction is transformative, well, that's a response content creator, not a react content creator. Because he's redefined the word react and replaced it with a response if it is actually transformative. So he's just completely ruined the definition of a word on the basis that he says so. You must already have money, influence, and power for people willingly to give you free labor. I agree. Okay? That's them willingly doing that. I hate to break that to you. You cannot control them. Without these qualities, actual content creators will not give you permission. It is therefore only possible for the already successful to use their current success to consensually shortcut their way to even more success with unpaid labor. Again, you keep using unpaid labor. I do not think you know what that means. React content is therefore a tool for the already successful to produce content faster and easier than anyone else. I agree. But what about fair use? Fair use law, like 1984 in the Constitution, are things that people cite fairly often but have not actually read. In summary, fair use law was largely written in 1976 and has the goal of allowing a person to use portions of another person's work to achieve a different purpose from the original work. Does not specify a different purpose, it specifies transformation. If you still agree with the work and make the same point, you're fine so long as you transform it in some way. Usually, enough of you talking is transformative enough. That's why the copyright system is so abused on YouTube. Shocker, shocker, shocker. To target a different audience. No, you also do not have to target a different audience. I hate to break that to you. I'm not sure if you just didn't read it or what, but no. So not React content. No, we're close. React content is the least fair use content available online. In your opinion, what is legal is not necessarily good by any standard. Just because slavery was once legal, there's comparing it to slavery once again. Good old DarkViper. It didn't make it good. Blah, blah, blah. What people wrote down in 1976 has little bearing on what we today should consider justifiable. Okay, bud. This is made especially clear given that what most people consider as fair use isn't actually covered by it. In your opinion, you are not a judge. False equivalence again. So he's gatekeeping the definition? He most certainly is gatekeeping the definition. He hates when people have different opinions. So he gatekeeps the opinions and makes it so you have no choice. We all have different ideas as to what is an appropriate use of another person's content and thus what should be considered fair use. For viewers in general, their standard is whatever their preferred content creators are doing. Wow, you really hate viewers, don't you? Why do you have a channel if you hate viewers so damn much? Mayhaps give up your channel. For content creators in general, it is whatever they are currently doing or that they might want to do in the future. Oh, no. What? No. Like, I still understand fair use. I'm not gonna go and watch Hell's Kitchen from beginning to end saying nothing. And whenever it gets copyright claim, be like, that's fair use. No, it's not. Like, I very clearly, essentially just stole it. But you're so biased against everyone on social media. Give up your channel if you hate them this much. We are all biased in this assessment. I can only leave the question to you as to whether you think making millions of dollars reposting... Yeah, there's the 1/100th of the effort. Do better. You're blanketing way too much. You might say, but my favorite reactor only does this sometimes. I'm sure anyone doing bad things doesn't exclusively do bad things, and your time spent not doing bad things does not make your bad things any less bad. Many reactors were once actual content creators who became rich and lazy. No. Plus, and your time spent not doing bad things does not make bad things any less bad. It kind of does, dude. If I'm the king of fucking Italy, and I'm in place as the leader of a country, okay? And most of the time, I support my people. I'm increasing the economy. I'm giving people food, yada yada yada. I'm the best king in the world. But one day, okay, one day, let's say I stab somebody with a sword through the stomach. I'm gonna go straight for the extreme. I stabbed somebody and murdered them. To the outside world, it looks like he called me a name and that's why I killed him. But I killed him for a good reason. Everything surrounding what I did, the murder specifically, everything surrounding that murder makes the murder less bad because I've been a good person for everything else. You know? You're like, I'm not sure why DarkViper has what I'm personally going to call a Hell's Gate kind of morality system. You do one bad thing and now you are a sinner, go hell. Go die, please. Like, that's wild to me. I really consider it more of a scale. You do a shitload of bad things, you're a bad person. You do a shitload of good things, and a few bad things, you're still a good person. You know? Not, you know, I reacted to a channel, now I'm going to hell. You know. Anyway. Is this not the same as making content about video games? According to you, kinda. No. Take a video of the person on a ride at Disneyland. You may quickly notice that the video of the ride does not fulfill the purpose of the ride. You can't say, I rode the ride at Disneyland, because it isn't true. If you watch a video of a person playing God of War, you can't then say, I have played God of War, which is its purpose and value. This is because you haven't. It isn't true. However, if you watch a person watch a video, you can say you have watched the video because you did watch it. You just watched it with someone else fulfilling the video's purpose and value. Most React channels do not show the video in its entirety. Most do not. So, no. And most of the ones who do talk quite a lot. They spend quite a lot exercising dialogue through the whole thing. So, not really. If I wanted to watch a whole video on my own, I'm not going to go watch Moist Critical's reaction to it. I might watch that first, but then I'll watch the whole video in its entirety so I understand what I'm missing. If I never cared about the video in the first place, I was never going to watch it anyway. So I might watch his reaction, but I would never watch the video originally. So, again, DarkViper once again shows that he's not that smart. Videos of games do not usually compete with the video games themselves. This goes back to what I said earlier. All content on YouTube has a different bubble. React, commentary, yada, yada, yada. Some of them overlapped. So this kind of supports what I said, but he disagrees with it in literally the rest of the paper. So I'm not sure why he suddenly disagrees with himself here. As watching a video is different from playing a game, which is why game companies beg people to make content from their games for free advertisement. Videos of videos, on the other hand, are just videos and complete with videos because they are videos. Compete. A video of a video extracts all the value of the original, disagree, unless it is transformed to be distinct from the original, which the reactor can never do simply by pressing the pause button. Disagree. That's it. Disagree. All a reactor can do is add to something. They can never transform it. Disagree. A reactor extracts all the value from the original video for a fraction of the effort it took to create. Disagree. Oh, here we go. Here's the good shit. So the talking versus is about 75% talking, and the rest is the actual video versus watching an entire video with no reaction. Press X to doubt, press X to doubt times 2. No, believe me, we're getting to the good shit. We're getting to the good shit. Are you ready? This is the paragraph. This is the paragraph. We're gonna have so much fun. Let's read the beginning. It always starts good. Reactors are all bad people. They explicitly exploit the less fortunate for their own gain. Do they, in your opinion? Rich, professional reactors are much worse. I do agree with that. That small 6 words, I do agree with. As they have all the ability to act with greater consideration for how their actions will affect those around them, but actively choose to harm others anyway. Harm others? Dude, they're not stabbing anybody. Sorry. They know what they are doing, but they just don't care. They may seem like nice people, but you'd be a bit nicer if you were making millions of dollars reposting other people's hard work for massive profit. Here it goes, bloop. Here it goes, bloop. If you meet a reactor at a party, I suggest covering your glass or outright tell them you don't want them to fuck you, because they seem keen to take a person's silence for consent. Perfect timing for that music to stop. Perfect timing for the music to just... I think I just gagged. Thank you. Good. I'm glad we agree that comparing people reacting to a video and them roofing your drink and sexually assaulting you are the same thing. I'm glad we do not think those are the same thing. In real life, no joke. Yeah, the first time I read it, I think I almost died. I think my heart stopped and like my arms seized. It was bad. And he's only defended this, by the way. He said it's hyperbole, but it's still not wrong. And that's just so baffling for me to hear in real life. for me to hear him say it's hyperbolic but not wrong, because it is wrong. It's not even generally close to right, which is wild. If you are still not convinced after all this, consider this. I'm not convinced. You will never convince me. You're just not smart enough for it. Scenario 1. I want something to use in my live stream, so I hire a guy to make me something. He spends 100 hours making a video and asks for $1,000. Must be a nice fucking video. 100 hours? Why did he spend 100 hours making a video for you? I tell him to go fuck himself and just take the content and use it to gain profit and exposure on Twitch and YouTube. But how? Because you hired the guy, so unless he's dumb, he will not send you that video until you give him his money. So this quite directly is theft. You are directly stealing from someone because you hired them and then jilted them when it came time for payment. That is theft. Completely different. As you can imagine, I would be skinned alive. Yes, you would, because you would deserve it. Scenario 2. I want something to use in my live stream. I see a guy who has just made a video. He spent 100 hours, and it would normally cost me $1,000 to buy a license to use it. Without asking, I take this content and use it for profit and exposure on Twitch and YouTube. As you can imagine, nothing would happen to me. Well, did you give credit? Did you say who it was? Did you leave in a watermark or a name? Did you? Because if yes, then nothing would happen to you because nothing should happen to you. He needs to stick to reacting to low political bait and GTA. Guy's 100% delusional. Exactly, dude. I'm glad we also agree on that. I would just be Hassan, Pokimane, Moist Critikal, and XQC. Yeah, he really hates Moist Critikal, by the way. He made another video because Moist Critikal responded to the paper. And he made another video screaming at Moist Critikal several times because it's 14 pages. You didn't read all of it? Like, seriously? My point is, it's silly that he's using Moist Critikal anyway. Because Moist Critikal is like that one diamond in the rough type shit. You know what I mean? Why is the second scenario better than the first? You didn't give enough details, so I don't know. The moral of the story is that if you don't have the ability to make content, this doesn't give you the right to steal other people's labor. Again, not stealing, not labor. Well, technically labor, but not in the way he's using it. As a rule for life, if you can't think of a way to do something morally, you shouldn't be doing it. Well, I already did think of a way to do it morally. Sorry, bud. No Reactor thinks, gee, this guy took 500 hours to make this video, and I re-uploaded it in 20 minutes. This is clearly not exploitative. I'm sure some of them do. They don't care about you or anyone else. They just want to use you for unpaid labor. According to you. For those who have had their content reacted to, do you not think this has gone far enough? If my content were reacted to, I would not care. I would say thank you, probably. For someone to have found my video and to have been passionate and interested in it enough to then take that video and react to it and actually say shit about it, I would be like, fucking cool, dude. That's awesome. For someone to care enough about what I have to say and what's in my video to make a video on it, that's fucking cool. That's awesome. Like, obviously, credit me, you know? But, I mean, they'll figure it out. My face is on the fucking video. Does our space need people making tens of millions of dollars reposting content? Your space? Bud, you are a big channel. It is not our space. It is not our space with all the small channels. You're a big channel. You are one of the people you're talking about. Do you sit for hours staring at your editing software to be the unpaid intern in another person's enterprise? Again, they're not working for the person who reacts, so they're not an unpaid intern. Just like before, they're not a slave, which is, for some reason, what you compared them. For some reason. If you tell them to stop, they are still stealing from you by moving on to the next cash cow. No, they are not stealing. No. They don't respect you, they laugh at you. Hassan would. I do agree with that, probably. He probably would. But Pokimane probably wouldn't. Moist Critical definitely wouldn't. I don't know enough about XQC. You have the power to stop them by taking down their channels. Do you? How delusional are you, DarkViper? You cannot take someone's channel down because they reacted to a video of yours. No, you can absolutely not. Dude, no. If you want to do it yourself, do it for all the people that they invisibly steal from every day, and for all those people who have had to quit the career we love due to the reactor's greed. Okay, so he's directly, right now, incited people to go after those people. Directly. He's directly said people. So, you know. I don't think a normal person agrees with how and what definitions he's using, because he's one of those people who uses definitions interchangeably, so he can say he's right, but if he wants to be a debate bro, he can't do that, because then people can just call him out for being wrong, because the way he's using it is wrong. I agree. He changes definitions as he pleases. I do agree with that. And he made an addendum. Exciting. The addendum is a good... Oh, Lord. It's actually pretty long. Okay. The following doesn't really fit into the main body, but it is relevant to the landscape of React content and my criticism of it. Ludwig made a video titled, I made a secret YouTube channel to prove it's not luck. While this video is logically flawed in endless ways, the part of relevance here is that his suggested method for success was creating unpaid content about a millionaire reactor, for that millionaire reactor, and then paying money to that millionaire reactor for the privilege of having them use your content to enrich themselves. I think this highlights how bad things have gotten quite well, as this method was actually accepted with praise. Well, I made a secret YouTube channel to prove it's not luck from someone like Ludwig, who has a lot of money, means nothing. It is especially terrible as a few hundred people going from Twitch to watch 1 second of a video before going back to Twitch is a terrible way to get ahead. I mean, yeah, but that's just... You cannot control people, dog. The algorithm learns nothing. Yeah, the algorithm's fatally flawed, though. Everyone knows that. It is strange for a millionaire to tell others the best way to live is to give his millionaire friend money. I actually do agree with that. I do agree with that statement. That's really, really stupid, yeah. Welcome to DarkViper. He's a good one. Alright, what's next? Second, the reactor Atrioc seems to have grown tired of the effort required to find the best videos to steal. Again, not stealing. So he promoted a dedicated website made for people to put and upvote other people's hard-made videos. You mean a website where people submitted videos to be reacted to because that's his audience? DarkViper? Is that what you mean? Is that what... Yeah? This means you can quickly know which to use to farm for maximum ad revenue, subs, and donations on Twitch before reposting them to YouTube. Yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. Get over it. Cope seed mauled. Lastly, reaction content has a distortionary effect on the creator market that was not touched on the main body. Content that takes less effort and time tends to have lower quality than content that takes a lot of effort. Therefore, those who make low effort have a much harder time standing out and capturing an audience because there are far more people doing it compared to content that takes more effort. Wow. At best, paying a millionaire would temporarily get you views while spurring unknowns that could ruin your channel irreversibly. Agree. At best, you'll get more view haters, but I mean, if it's just views, then okay, good job. Also, another iconic DarkviperAU chart that he makes up and has no actual evidence for. It just says, hey, look, this is right, isn't it? This means that those who are both willing and able to make high-effort content are traditionally rewarded greatly for it. Are they? I mean, that's not right. Again, luck, but whatever. They can't produce as much content as other creators, but what they do create is most rewarded. Is it? There are thousands of animation channels that, again, get 0 viewers. Very little viewers because they're doing animation, even though they're super high quality. So this is just wrong. React content breaks this system by being low effort that contains high effort content. Therefore, their content competes with the high effort. No, it doesn't, because, again, React channels are in their own bubble. Not the people who watch React channels aren't usually going to watch whatever he's reacting to. That's just the truth. The rewards reactors steal They don't steal, often come from the hardest working who normally game the most due to less competition at the end. Reactors there are for the laziest workers. I agree, reaction is lazy. Sometimes. But deal, cope, seed, malt. Stealing, not stealing. Labor from the hardest workers, making it more difficult for the hardest workers to get sufficient revenue to continue to create content. Disagree. Reactors change the landscape to be one where, if you want to be competitive, you need to release as much garbage, low-effort content as possible. That has always been the case. That's YouTube. You can't even ever keep up with the reactor's theft, not theft, but it is the best chance you have, as anything good you make will just be stolen. No. No. Some people have asked about my media share streams and how they came to be. Specifically, just in case you don't know. This is in reference to some streams he did, where he would play GTA on the side, and his chat would donate or put videos into media share that he would then watch and react to while playing. He says, I have streamed over 15,000 hours in my career, as well as having made 1,500 videos and over 7,500 clips. I have passionately hated media share streams that entire time, even though you do them. Deal, cope, seethe, and mauled. To the extent that some of my oldest footage has me complaining about how Soda Poppin's media share streams put Twitch in jeopardy of legal challenge. I, however, became resigned that reactors would never be beaten, and as I once said to Xanderall, you will either join them or be crushed by them. So you added it because you felt like you had to? Sounds like a personal problem. Get over it. You can understand the logic of this if you had read up to this point. Haha. DarkViper is one of those channels that gets a lot of voice chamber views. Again, I've seen some of those implode. Maybe this is just a lazy person's way of coaxing more views and controversy. But again, people get bored, and this is not a long-term strategy. And it's hypocrisy by releasing all this, yeah. Rules not for me, just for thee. Yes! Bloop me, I love that you're here. You've been so helpful. You agree with most of what I say. Not the luck thing, but I'm sure I can get you to come around. If this was what was needed to keep my job, then I didn't want to be left behind. Okay, bud. Okay. I mean, you don't do it now, so clearly it wasn't necessary, but whatever. So I decided to allow people to play clips in my stream while I was learning new speedruns, like putting my toe in the water. In my mind at the time, I considered this different to React content, but whether this was out of bias or good reason, I am too close to the matter to judge. Okay, what this sounds like is that you were fine with media share streams, and that you did them because you thought they would be fun. It doesn't sound like you hated them. It sounds like you're only just now deciding that you hated them, because otherwise you're being seen as a hypocrite. I believe there were 15 streams in total, which had my original content, my speedrun learning, as well as portions of other people's videos, which never constituted the entire product. Many of them were just memes of me. I considered this at least within the spirit of what fair use should enshrine, even if it made me uncomfortable. No, it didn't. While I do not think it's the same thing as what I criticize frequently, it was close enough that I have never liked the content spawned from those streams, so I removed them from my channel, rather than argue to point individually with each person I spoke to. So you ran away, is what you mean. I also believed it ran the risk of someone copyright striking me for a few frames of their video in retaliation for saying their favorite content creators are bad people. Happens. Basically, on one hand, I consider the content distinct enough that it isn't what I'm criticizing here. Of course, you can't criticize yourself. Rules for thee, not for me. On the other hand, it was clearly close enough, and I believe that I would inevitably end up down the dark path of React content. You poor thing. I am happy I didn't end up becoming that in which I despise, and I argue everyone should despise. Again, you're saying we should despise a whole group of people based on the fact that you think they'll sexually assault someone, on the fact that they react without consent. Get over yourself. Grow up a little bit. This is not 2015, dude. It's been ages. People confuse demand for a creator and demand for reaction content. No, they don't. No, they don't. If a creator is entirely reaction content, and they suddenly don't do reaction content, there's going to be demand for reaction content. Hate to break that to you. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. Ugh. A bad retrospective, largely. I'm glad we agree on that, too. The endgame of YouTube is to generate a demand for you specifically. Okay, a group of people who will watch you do effectively anything in part because they like the familiarity. Yes, they get quite loyal. So in the case of just right now, Markiplier has a huge audience who will never leave him probably. So if Markiplier suddenly started uploading React content, they wouldn't go anywhere. It might not be as popular, but he'll still have his audience. Eventually, you get into a position where you make serious money on any video you make. I agree. Again, an issue with big channels, not React channels. And again, an issue, in fact, with your channel. If you uploaded right now a React video, you would make plenty of money. So you just need to make as many videos as possible to meet this demand for you as an entity. Creating original videos takes too long, and you can't just release the same video of you staring at a wall every day. I could. I don't think you'd get any views, but I could. You need something new feeling, but the same because it has you in it. React content does this perfectly. You were always there to get your base audience, but you always have something new there as well. And you can never run out of ideas because you can just steal them. I don't think you can police whether or not someone becomes a reaction channel. DarkViper is desperate to police every single YouTube channel if he has the choice. Like, I just know he if he could, he would. Marky Moo. Amazingly enough, that is all 14 pages. Obviously, they went on and Moist Critikal responded to the paper. And then DarkViper responded to Moist Critical's video, screaming at him for like some of it, which was just sad to watch. I would have taken people shouldn't be reaction channels and should be less of them, but he went with reaction channels committed war crimes and refused to count them as people. Exactly. Tell you what do you think I should find his video reaction to Moist Crickle and react to it? I'll probably skip around and stuff, but I think it'd be funny. Oh, goody. Oh, he's made two responses to Critikal. If you want. It's up to you. I'm not super concerned either way, because most of the videos are just going to be stupid shit. Because, his first video is literally titled, I'm not sure who Moist Critikal is talking to.
To put it another way.
And his second one is him making another response one. Saying that he liked it a lot better. Because, you know, Charlie was a lot nicer in the second response. But, you know. And DarkViper keeps maintaining, the amount of people who have heard about this drama and actually read my words is likely less than 1%. Shut the fuck up, dude. No. Like, fuck off. Oh, cool, he's having a mental breakdown. Actually, no, in his most recent one, the one he published, it says 2 hours ago, it's a lot calmer because, Charlie's whole deal is that, well, I wanted to talk and I wanted to be nice and everything. So now suddenly DarkViper just fucking 360s and he's like, oh, okay. Okay. You know. I don't know, it's pretty silly. Now he acts like he's smart, yeah. But I say if you want, we'll watch the videos. One of them is 50 fucking minutes, though. Jesus. He says, "I have never seen a person misunderstand my writing so badly. Again, that is your own fault." Actually, hold on. Oh. So we can agree, if we want to get technical, he's using loaded words anyway. Yeah, intentionally. Like, he's intentionally using the most loaded words that he can come up with for people to be like, you know? So it's dumb. It keeps saying my script, but no.
To put it another way,
I don't think we'll watch the whole thing. It's a little long, and I don't care enough to actually listen to everything he says, because, frankly, DarkViper's kind of an idiot on the best of days. So,
hey everyone.
We'll just watch a wee bit. Maybe he wants people like Destiny to latch onto his content, but really he's low bait. I think he wanted Moist Critical to react to his content. I think that's what he wanted. Because he jumped on it fast based on these videos. Because if I actually check, this video was published on February 9th. Then if I go...
I was an extra in the Hunger Games.
No. Didn't mean to actually play videos. Okay, so he made a response
Today,
to
I know they...
to the original paper on February 9th. Does it say what time? It just says February 9th. Well, the reaction to his video was same day. Hey, what's up, Zuma Buppo? Or Zuma Bupo? I was an extra for the Hunger Games. Yeah, ignore that. That's just his channel trailer or whatever. But DarkViper published it same day. So both on February 9th. I don't know how long it was after. But I don't think I'll watch Critical's videos because I've already watched one of them, so I kind of understand what's going on. I won't watch much of this one, I don't think, but I'll skip ahead a little bit to here. Let's go with that.
My best response would be to just make the video, because anyone who watched it would understand all the things that Charlie didn't understand when he might have read the script. I'm not 100% sure.
Quit being a dickhead. That's such a dickish thing. Period. That's so dickish. That's so dickish.
But I don't have time for that. It's a 14-page document. And I just say, well, DarkViper's out here saying that I fucked the Loch Ness Monster. I didn't fuck the Loch Ness Monster. People are like, wow, this DarkViper claiming that Moist Critical fucked the Loch Ness Monster. Fraction of a percent of people.
Quick, there's a whole section.
I know that was him defending the hyperbolic all React channels are rapists thing, but he did say it. So you'll get over it, I'm sure.
In here.
This is Charlie's attempt to poison the well. Hey guys, I'm
No, it isn't. You said it. You said spiked your drink at a party. You did say that.
take this thing entirely out of context to present it as something that it clearly is not, in order to poison you against a 14-page meticulously written document.
Meticulously written? You meticulously writ that 3rd grade fucking... That's a 3rd grade fucking research essay, and you meticulously wrote that shit? If you meticulously wrote that shit, maybe you should not write anymore. That is not good. That is bad. That is bad.
What the hell, Charlie? I didn't have the highest opinion
You have every right to be angry in this video. No, you really don't. You had no right to be angry in the page, and now you're just a dick.
of you. But what the
You
hell?
had the highest opinion of him. You mentioned him 3 fucking times in this video as essentially being a sexual abuser. The fuck do you mean? If that's your definition of highest fucking opinion of someone, mayhaps you shouldn't have any opinions. It's not even 3rd grade. It's literally unintelligible. I'm not even trying to be mean. Exactly. If you have a super high opinion of Moist Critikal and talking about him and to him like this, in the page specifically, in the paper, 14-page paper, I don't want to know what your low opinion of someone means, because right now your high opinion is not very nice.
Hell is this? He is so keen to poison you against this 14-page, meticulously argued document.
It's not meticulously argued. It's not meticulously written. There's nothing meticulous about it. It's painful to read.
That he goes to the length of finding tweets out of context.
Okay, so these tweets, he specifically referenced them as being out of context. Well, I actually showed them earlier on stream with the context. It's specifically referencing where he called React channels sexual abusers, which I showed on stream. And then his response, people who live their lives exploiting others, yada, yada, yada. And he's defending himself. So, no, this is not out of context. Period. His claims that they are just insane. I don't know what his definition of respect is. Exactly. If you respect someone and you still call them sexual abusers, then how do you make that? Where's the connection there? I would never call someone I respected, like as a person, anything like that. Why would you? That's so insane.
Context. He doesn't show the context. And it's just like,
There is no more context. These are the tweets.
like, here's what the document's about. It's 14 pages.
14 pages of 3rd grade shit, yes.
Reactors will frequently say they have the right to steal as much of a person's labor as they like until
Technically true.
that person says no. If you work 10 minutes, 10 hours, 10 weeks, 10 years,
Okay, so this is more from his 14-page bullshit, so I'm just going to skip a little bit.
In his own
Okay, here's where he attempts to say it's an analogy. I really respect someone who actually responded to it. Yeah, you can make comparisons between things. Someone posted the definition of an informal fallacy, I believe it was called. No, what was it called? I forget what exactly it was called. I don't care enough to go get it. But somebody responded, logical equivalence fallacy, I believe it was called. Where because one thing between 2 things is similar, you can then make them equal, which just is not true. You can't do that. This is not a defense. This is not the defense you think it is.
make something more clear. That being the idea of asking for is
a lot of React content.
Oh, look. This is a portion of Moist Critical's video. DarkviperAU doing reaction. DarkviperAU is sexual abuser. He admitted himself because he wrote the paper. So by that logic, he is now a sexual abuser by his own admittance. That's insane. That's not even my fucking words. That's his fucking words.
Himself. So at one point, were you a rapist, DarkViper?
I of course
Exactly. Fuck you.
did not call myself a reactor. In fact, I defined reactor.
You didn't call yourself one, but by definition of reactor, you have reacted to that portion of the video, you are now a reactor. I know you call it a response creator, but you don't get to divine things. Sorry, bud. Inconsistency. Agree.
Very specifically in the defense I can give myself because it's not in the script. This is
Wait, what did I miss?
which I've never made. I also quite obviously didn't refer to reactors as rapists.
Yes, you did.
The common theme in this video is Charlie gonna be like, which I've never made. I also quite obviously didn't refer to reactors as rapists.
Look at that little smile. Look at the little smile on his face. He thinks that's such a fucking gotcha, dude. Come on, man. Look at that little smile. Come on. Yeah, yes, you did, by the way.
The common theme in this video is Charlie gonna be like, I'm not gonna show you where he said this, but I swear he said it. And I'm gonna be like, I didn't say that. And that's all.
But we'll see. How about you point him out? I just read the paper, so it's fresh in my fucking mind. So we'll see.
All the defense I can give myself because it's not in the
Deleted all the videos, but at one point you did engage in the exact same content that you're coming out so heavily against right now.
in the doc.
DarkViper did in fact mention this, yes, in the paper. He will of course ignore this. He'll say, no, you bad. You not read? It was in addendum.
Document I expressly outline in intricate detail why that is not the case.
Intricate is not the right word. No. Also, no. You said by your own definition it was not the case. You were ignored because you're wrong.
But even if that was true, all it would do is make me a hypocrite. It wouldn't make
You are a hypocrite.
anything I say untrue.
Nah. Nah. That's not how that works.
It does not even for a moment actually about a bracketed sentence on page 8 of a text document and calling it an unhinged rant. Even if you don't like me, can you...
It's an outrageous claim, obviously. However, he does make legitimate points in the document. It's overshadowed by this unhinged rant that he goes on.
Keep in mind, he's talking about a bracketed sentence on...
No, he's not. He said you made some good points. That specifically means that there were a few points in the paper that he agrees with. And then he's saying the rest is an unhinged rant. So I don't know how you can misunderstand what he fucking says, because he's speaking plain English last I checked. And he's not unintelligible. It's like 5 pages or more of unhinged ranting. Agree. And it's 14 pages in total. So no, DarkViper, you're just wrong. You can't even listen to what he says correctly. Like, come on, man.
page 8 of a text document and calling it an unhinged rant.
Incorrect.
Even if you don't like me, can you grant that he's not being fair?
No, I can't, because he is being fair. Yeah, you're fucking stupid, dude.
He made a video correcting something I talked about, which was how much money YouTubers make from short content.
Yeah, this was a separate thing. He's, Moist Critical made a video on, how much money a person makes from shorts and, shorter form content and stuff like that. DarkViper did respond to that. I don't really care about that stuff, so I'm just gonna ignore it and focus on this stuff.
Not only did I correct Moist Critical, but Ludwig also made a
You should work on your wording. You didn't correct, you know.
video correcting him. And what was really annoying is that it's untrue, didn't give a fuck.
Obviously, I do react content from time to time, 100%. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not trying to bury it in the past and hide it, pretend like I didn't, or try and justify it, because I'm not embarrassed of it.
It's not something to brag about. It is something you should be ashamed of.
No, in your opinion, in your dumbass opinion, it is something to be ashamed of. But it's not. Deal, cope, seethe and mauled, as some might say. Let me... No, you know what? I won't do that. I won't do that this time, but I will eventually put... If he gets too much unhinged at this point, I'm going to get a screenshot of fucking the word cope, and I'm just gonna put it on his face so I don't have to look at it anymore.
You have a staggering amount of money, which you could use to pay people to make content for you, but instead you just...
You do not have the right to tell people what they must do with their money. It is not your money. Hate to break that to you. Hate to be the one to break that news to you. It's not your money. You can't tell people what to do with it. You have no right to tell anybody what to do with their money. Fuck you for thinking you can. That's horseshit.
You just take it for free from people you don't even ask.
Take it for free? I'm not even responding to that one. That's fucking stupid.
I react to something, I'm constantly trying to either pause it and add something to it or interject comedy into it.
Agree. That's like Moist Critical's 90% of his shit. He pauses, he reacts.
But I treat React content like Mystery Science Theater.
That is hilarious, because Mystery Science Theater actually asked for consent for every single movie that they used, and what they watched was like 40 years
I don't know whatever that is. I don't know what that is.
old!
Stop screaming!
You're watching videos as they're fresh off the presses without asking for consent. You are the furthest thing from Mystery Science Theater that could possibly exist.
Okay, bud.
Mystery Science Theater had like edited sketches.
Okay, I'm gonna skip a little bit because I don't know what mystery, whatever. I'm gonna skip because I don't know what the fuck that is, and he's making stupid points anyway. He bought a giant rubber cock. Don't tell me that stunt wasn't fucking funny. Exactly. He has a giant dildo. You know. Let me skip ahead because DarkViper is having a baby tantrum.
Comes from a great channel that I really like to watch, and I just got too engrossed in their storytelling and the way they presented it that I didn't add anything to it. So I ended up just kind of watching it with my community.
So not only do I really heavily attack that idea that anyone can transform a 6-month work by pausing it every once in a while and going, ha!
You need to calm down. Please go to a therapist about your anger issues. If you're slamming your desk that hard, dude, go to a therapist. Get some help. You need it. I'm surprised he didn't mention React World. He should mention like actual React channels, like the people we dogpiled on back in the day who just sat there eating. But instead he focuses and hyperfixates on, of all people, Moist Critikal, who is like the one React channel in his examples that does not fit any of his definitions. And it's wild.
I think that's funny. Here's an idea for your revolutionary concept. How about you watch the video first? And then once you've watched...
If you did that, it would completely remove the React facet of the fucking content. If I watch a video first... For example, if I had watched this video... If I had watched this video before I put on this stream, I wouldn't react this way. I would not be nearly as passionate about it. I wouldn't be responding to every few seconds. I would be fucking skipping around. I would probably look a little bored because I'd already seen the video. No. Not to mention, the one video I have done a reaction to on YouTube was actually a video of his that I did watch before, and I snippeted it and did everything one by one and did it the way he would prefer it, and I'm sure he fucking hates that video. Because God forbid people disagree with God DarkViper, you know? They still exist, they react to anime plot points.
watch the video, you say, hey, I actually have nothing of interest to add here. I'm not going to make a video out of it.
Or put it on live stream. Too bad. Viper, you aren't known for having more than 2 brain cells. None of his content is intellectual. Yeah. I wish he did better, because he's doing so bad.
You might say, hey, I have something interesting to add.
I am going to skip a little bit. These points are stupid that he's already made before. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. The point is a fresh reaction. That's why people on Twitch go to games of people who have never played the game before. They do first blind playthroughs. So it's a brand new experience. It's completely fresh. Completely out of nowhere. So that they can have that fresh response that so many people miss on the second, third, fourth, yada yada playthrough. Because at that point, you've seen the whole thing before. So why would you respond the way you did the first time? He's double downing. Oh, he's definitely double downing. He has not went back on even one of his fucking points yet. And I don't think he will. They did say in his second one that he went back on a few of them, but I don't know yet.
I'm going to take that individual add to a video.
And something like that happens, but that's never the goal.
I question a person's ability to feel guilt after doing something thousands of times and never changing their behavior.
Too bad. Cope, Seethe, and Mauled, get over yourself. I don't really care if you doubt somebody's ability to feel guilt. I don't give a shit. What you doubt has no bearing on any situation ever. Because you suck. Looking directly into your stupid ass fucking eyeballs, dude. You suck.
Yeah. DarkViper's entire document here is about this belief that every reactor is doing it for financial gain and
yes. That is 90% of the paper. In an unhinged rant, I will add.
Fuck small channels. And the logic he uses to make
yes, because fuck small channels.
these points is deeply flawed and isn't substantiated by any real evidence. It just
Agree. His charts were bullshit. I'm sure this is when he mentions he made charts.
feels like he pulls it out of his ass and it's source, trust me, bro.
Guys, I want you to think for a moment. What are the odds that a person writes a 14-page document that can be summarized that simply?
In the case of your 14-page document, I will summarize it very easily for you here now. I cry. Summarized. Not a damn word of it beyond I cry means anything. It's an unhinged rant that has like 1 or 2 good points and a few diagrams that look like they were drawn by a 2-year-old that have no bearing on actual real facts or evidence. Sorry, bud.
Moist is literally misrepresenting all of my work.
You're not actually arguing against anything he fucking said. He said the diagrams are bullshit and you came up with the evidence for no fucking pulled it out of your ass. Your response is, he's misrepresenting my work. No, he's not.
And then saying, look guys, just trust me, that's what it says.
That is what he said. You literally just copy-pasted his argument for your bullshit paper, repeated it, and you're acting like that's a good point.
What a hypocrite.
What a hypocrite. Yeah, I'm getting some. Oh wait, you can't even see it. Hang on. Man, I gotta make it seeable. Wait a minute. Why is it not working? Okay, hang on. That's not gonna work. Gonna try something else. It's for comedic effect. That's just gonna sit there for the rest of the video. That's gonna sit there for the rest of the fucking video because holy shit, the audacity of DarkViper to call someone a hypocrite while being a hypocrite is wild. So that's gonna stay there.
He has an understanding of capitalism and the free market, and that's what he's using to base all of these claims on, even though it's not directly applicable to YouTube itself.
So agree.
I write a script where I make points to substantiate that point. And what
no, you didn't.
He says, so he says this thing, and no. What a witty retort, just not showing people what I said or how I can justify.
There's a paper, if people want to find it, they can look it up. I found it quite easily, so be silent.
That comparison and just saying no. Wow.
I wonder how many...
Stop screaming. Dude. You scream every 5 fucking seconds, and it's so irritating.
Small channels are out there shaking their fist right now like, damn you, Pokimane, my channel died because you watched my video on your stream and said nice things about me. I had such a promising career as a YouTuber till you said nice things about my video on stream to your audience of 30,000 concurrent viewers. Now I'm fucking trashed.
Thank you, I agree, Bloop. It's very nice that you're here.
I'm ruined. And to be fair, that's not the exact point he's making.
You spent the entire first quarter of your video misrepresenting what I said and poisoning the well.
No, he
Then you
doesn't.
specifically say something you know is not true and say, well, to be fair. No, you are not being fair. You are actively misrepresenting.
He is being very fair on your dumbass. Sorry, bud. He's being very nice compared to what most people should be saying about your paper. So he is being very nice. I'm going to skip ahead.
This is an inarguable truth. That's just blasting your ass with facts and logic 100%. He's totally right there. And he's right there again.
This man spends 6 minutes defaming me, poisoning the well, misrepresenting my words. Then when he gets to my actual words, he says, well, he's right.
No. Can you not hear words? He said very clearly at the beginning of the video, which you included this clip. He said, some of his points are right. He said. And then he said, but most of it is an unhinged rant. And then you went insane over the unhinged rant portion. He's just including the fact that he agrees with some of your shit. Which is not... He literally already said this. Viper is not known for being fair to people's points. Why would anyone be fair to him? I agree, but Critikal is being quite fair. Critikal is very fair, usually. But this is wild.
Look at someone like Sniper Wolf. She's able to do one a day, and she's making...
Technically, after the fact, I expressly desired to limit the scope of what I was talking about in the video, because making it too broad would make it far too long. Discussing the viability of using other people's clips or TikToks which don't make any money is a separate question to the one that I'm addressing in that document. Do I like Sniper Wolf's content? No. Just a fact of how these platforms work. Every time I react...
Yeah, okay, then why are you not insulting the platform, not the channels? I'm gonna skip ahead again. Because my god, he's so ignorant.
Because this part is also still part of the same umbrella claim. He says, if your content is good, then it will get exposure naturally, and so you don't need reactors. He's absolutely right, of course you don't need reactors, but he says if your content is good, it will naturally get exposure. Okay, based on what? Where's your evidence to support that claim?
A reactor can't make another person's content good. If your content is bad, no amount of reactions will save it. If your content is good, then it will get exposure naturally.
He already read this fucking sentence, dude. He literally read the exact sentence. Can you please do things without making me want to die? He said this sentence already.
And so you don't need reactors. A reactor can't make your career. Only you producing good content can do that. It is therefore amusing when reactors blame the content creators when the...
Now you're just reading more, and what I know he's going to do, because my god, he's predictable. He's as predictable as a fucking fish. He's going to support and argue as if Moist Critikal argued against everything past that sentence, not the actual sentence he argued against. He's going to argue against everything Moist Critikal didn't fucking say.
The magical boost to viewership they are meant to experience never materializes. It is as if, for reactors, it is the content creator being stolen from who is responsible for making good content, specifically for the reactor, and they have
your
failed
whole
in
fucking
their
paragraph, dude.
and growing content to understand this. But when I say something is good, I mean in algorithmic sense. It appeals to the market, which I would have used clips to substantiate if you had let me make the video.
No, he has no obligation to wait for your dumbass to make the video. No obligation. Deal. Cope. Seethe and mauled. But no. I understand the claim that you're saying you're talking good in algorithmic sense. Again, no. And again, ×2, you must specify that in the paper that you wrote, that you said was meticulous. It's not meticulous if you don't include your own fucking definitions for words. Sorry. Do better.
It is very possible to make high-quality content that no
one
one
wants
to watch.
Why not mention it in the essay? Exactly. If you write an essay that you say is intricate and meticulous, and you forget to mention shit, then it's neither of those things. My god. You know what grade I would have gotten on that fucking essay in an English class? I would have gotten a fucking F. Because that shit is so bad. Do better.
Or to present it very poorly in regards to thumbnails and titles. But I consider thumbnails and titles to be a part of the package. Good content is 14 pages establishing, which you have just completely glossed over. No reactor looks at your content is
quality
Sorry, I
productions
skipped too
over the
far.
last decade that went nowhere, fell flat on their face. And it had nothing to do with XQC watching my mom picks my next boyfriend for me or anything.
Yes, it does, which is why I spent
No, it doesn't.
14 pages establishing, which you
No, you didn't. You spent 14 pages screaming about how we are all exploited. You know, that's it. You didn't actually establish shit. Do better.
have just completely glossed over. Every React video steals impressions away from
In your incorrect opinion.
original content. Every impression ever given to a React video would have gone to someone else if that React video didn't exist. Therefore,
Correct. Well, technically correct. Because yes, it would go to someone else, but it probably wouldn't go to the original video.
logically, original content creators would have gotten more impressions.
No, logically that is not the case at all. No. If I look up, no, I won't even do that because it's not like I can find fucking every video that's ever been reacted to. But no, dude, you talk about as if you know the the inner machinations of fucking YouTube. You don't. You have no idea what gets views. Even based on your own shit, you got 449,000. Critical's videos in response to you got over 1 million, and you got 400,000. Deal. Cope, seed, and mauled. I bet he made this essay in a month and still didn't hit anywhere near the mark for explaining exactly why reactors impregnated my mom and left her. Because using any analogy would be equal to even my analogy. Oh, man.
If not for React content. As impressions are related to success, therefore, there would be more successful original content creators if React content didn't exist.
I doubt it.
Logically.
No, not logically. Prove it, or it's not logical. Or it's just bullshit you're making up.
Hack a premise.
Again, prove it.
I hope this gets to a point where he actually talks about the arguments in the document. Because right now, all I'm
Right now, he is doing arguments against your stupid-ass document. Do better.
doing is just and in terms of its viability in the algorithm.
But you have no way of proving if that React content wasn't there, those eyeballs would go to that original content.
Yes,
because
agree.
it's the internet, it's YouTube. There's other places they could go to get entertainment.
I chose my words so carefully in that
No, if you did so poorly. If you did, you are an idiot.
script. I didn't specifically just talk about YouTube. I talked about the online creator marketplace.
That does not matter. It's obviously you're mostly referencing either YouTube or Twitch. And specifically you have XQC, YouTube and Twitch. Hassan, Twitch and YouTube. Pokimane, YouTube, Twitch. Moist Critikal, YouTube, Twitch. Every name you mentioned is YouTube or Twitch. If you wanted to specifically establish that you did not mean YouTube, then you should have included that in the essay that you were so meticulous about. So do better. Exactly. He's speaking from a viewpoint of someone who already won and trying to explain why everyone else is losing. Like, come on.
Logically, because all impressions are 100% assigned, therefore
They're not. Impressions are not 100% assigned. I get what he means by 100% assigned. There is a pool of impressions. 100% of those impressions not getting used. No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. There are people who would have watched that react of that video, but then wouldn't have watched anything if that react was not there. Hate to break that to you. Some people enjoy react channels. DarkViper, you need to cope. You need to see a therapist and you need to cope.
if React videos didn't exist, those impressions would have to go somewhere. Therefore,
Yes, but probably not to the original video. He's going to say, therefore, logically, it's going to go back to the original video. No, you're just wrong.
original content would get more impressions. That does
See?
not mean all impressions would be clicks, but obviously as impressions are correlated to that TikTok person.
Let's say all of a sudden all of React content is gone. The people that watch the React content might just go watch fucking Netflix, might just...
Agree, yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why it's not 100%, because they could just leave YouTube or Twitch or whatever website he's talking about, he's referencing. He says all of it, but whatever, you know. That's sounds like another fucking cop-out.
Just go on Twitch and watch some gaming streams or something. There's no guarantee that now that the React content's gone, those eyeballs turn towards the small YouTubers. You can't prove that.
Nowhere in this document do I use small creators anywhere.
Look at his smug little smile. Your face irritates me so much. Anyway, yeah, he does, actually. Several times, in fact. He specifically mentions that they will go to the original creator, which he implies is a smaller channel. It's like he's punching everyone who's not himself, punching down to people who aren't as popular, saying that every type of way he got popular is... He's insulting everyone that's not him, because he is God. He's a ego the size of the fucking sun, dude.
Anywhere!
Are you seriously doing this? He's not saying you specifically said small creators. God forbid you have to use fucking Control+F, dude. Come on. This is such a petty and stupid argument for you to Control+F and fucking look for small creators. I'd also like to mention he misspelled non-consensual here, so it's not that fucking meticulous.
The impressions logically would go to other people if a...
No, again, it wouldn't. You have to give evidence. You have to have something, some form of reality to substantiate your bullshit claims. You can't just make shit up, which you are doing.
Person uses React content on Twitch to keep people from going to YouTube. That is the same thing. I'm not talking about YouTube specifically. Twitch...
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. He's just being a petty bitch. He can't hear.
Original content. And then like, oh man, well, I've finished the content I can make for today. I've got no other ideas. I'm tired. I need to go to sleep or have a shower or something. He goes, no, wait. I can play other people's YouTube videos to keep my audience here. So he turns on some YouTube videos. If he hadn't done that, had he, as he should have, just turned off his stream, all those viewers would have gone somewhere else. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, doesn't matter. But by using other people's content, you can keep your viewers there in your form of content aggregation. Reactors use React content.
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. A lot of this is just more bullshit. Again, his stupid chart.
Describe diagram used to explain.
Pulling this out of your ass. I would love to know where you got this data from.
Agree. I said the exact same
For
thing.
my old viewers, it's the meme. This is a diagram used to explain a point. You're using diagrams to explain a complex idea you have about reality. I think X represents a general concept of rich people, and Y represents a general concept. These are specific things of poor people.
Yeah, okay, that's grand, but you can't just make a chart. Hang on. Hang on. So this is Microsoft Paint. So by his own stupid ass logic, because he's just making this up. He's making the stupid chart up. So what I'm going to do, okay, the X, Y. Obviously I said that out of order, but X represents poop. And Y represents communism. Okay. So by his own logic, as communism and poop approach each other, there is an absolute X always approaches 0. Completely made that up. Not real. Completely fake. But by his own logic, this is a complex idea represented in a bullshit fucking little thing. So it's real. It's legit now. Very real, very legit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in a little corner up here so that everybody can enjoy that. Now I have to explain the relationship between my this makes sense If you put 2 lines and hyperbolically say, okay, the line goes down, that's bad from going up, that doesn't make sense. That's delusional. Exactly. He's just saying they have a connection without explaining how that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Because that doesn't make sense. He has no substantiation as to why they're connected.
This diagram. No! It describes my points! It describes it! It describes my point of view! This can't prove anything! It doesn't actually represent real life!
Then you can't use it. Then you cannot use it. If it does not represent real life, if it is not an actual point, then you cannot put it in your 14-page meticulous essay. Hate to be the one to tell you that.
No one can be this dumb! So I
Apparently you can.
walk up to a guy and I say, hey man, look, your odds of getting laid are not going up if you play more World of Warcraft. And the thing is, you believe that the amount of World of Warcraft that I play is making my odds of getting laid far less.
See, this is so dumb. 14 pages is not enough to do this. It would be for someone who was not DarkViper. It would be plenty for someone who was not DarkViper. Because 14 pages is a lot, and that is plenty for anyone who isn't DarkViper. Because DarkViper has the brain of a 3rd-year-old.
And I go, yeah.
I realized I said 3rd-year-old. I meant 3rd grader. I don't know why. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. He'd be like, well, I still disagree. I'm like, okay, but at least you understand now. So the diagrams...
But no one needed this because it's not indicative of real life. It's not indicative of how things actually work. It's not indicative of anything. It's just you explaining your dumbass idea that is not real. Cope, seethe, and mauled, as some might say. Like, come on, man.
that I used in my document were for this purpose, for you to understand my... Always be full. Always. If React content didn't exist, that impression would go to someone else. You might not click it, you might not get a view, but it is a huge stretch of the imagination to imagine.
Okay, so this is a dumb point. I'm just going to move on.
Would be redistributed to the smaller creators. You have no way of proving it. Nobody really does.
Then it is fantastic that not even for a single moment did I come anywhere close to arguing that point in all 14 pages that I wrote.
Did you read your own paper there, bud? Because, yeah, you did. Let me go back over that.
All of those eyeballs that they are occupying of that finite pool of impressions would be redistributed to the smaller creators. You have no way of proving it. Nobody really does.
Then it is...
Obviously, Moist Critical is referencing smaller creators as the one being reacted to. I get the impression that DarkViper is going to hyper-focus on those two words, small creators, and say, I never mentioned small creators, actually...
fantastic that not even for a single moment did I come anywhere close to arguing that point in all 14 pages that I wrote.
Yes, you did.
However, off the top of my head, I can think of multiple examples.
Oh no, he just glossed over it. He said, no, and then moved on. So he's just being hypocritical again. It is very much a rant of someone who's used to people agreeing with him. Well, frankly, in his comments, if I scroll down, there's just immediately people... You know. Actually, maybe not. People aren't addressing the document. Instead, they're focusing on the Twitter thread where I said React YouTubers are the same sort of people who engage in sexual abuse. Anyway.
Times where React content has genuinely helped smaller creators like blow up their channel. My channel, I'm the perfect example of it. My channel literally got kickstarted because of Ray William Johnson reacting to my QWOP video in 2010. Without that happening, I probably wouldn't have this channel right now.
And if Ray William Johnson didn't exist, those tens of millions of impressions that he had would have gone to other content creators. Again.
But that's fucking obviously. But that's such a stupid ass fucking point. But this is kind of like a tax the rich situation. But instead of tax the rich, it's literally remove the rich when they become rich. Because fuck them. So in this case, the minute a big channel becomes big, I would consider DarkviperAU big. So in his own logic, he should now no longer have a YouTube channel. So the minute the channel becomes big, they must then remove themselves. so as to allow more impressions go to other people. These are such stupid points. You can't. These are so dumb. Do better. Do so much better, because this is so pathetic.
Again, due to the causal relationship between impression and views, other content creators would have gotten more views. Potentially other people would have then been discovered. Potentially their careers would have gone off. As I showed.
That also implies that Ray William Johnson was always a React channel. And even now, I think he mainly does podcasts, doesn't he?
In the diagram and argued in painstaking detail.
It was not painstaking detail. It was very little detail, and you complaining for the rest of it. So no, not painstaking. Also, your diagrams, you need to stop referencing them, because they mean jack shit.
Isn't my belief that reactors don't give some exposure to other people?
You said that at least 3 times, probably. I mean, I understand that you're probably going to cop out and be like, well, I actually said they gave a little. Like 0.1%? No.
It is that they steal far more from themselves than they give back. Absent the reactor, more content creators would be getting more exposure. Obviously.
Shave your pits, dude.
Because every impression that went to a reactor's video would have gone to someone else. I'm not saying who that is, doesn't matter to me, but they would have had to go somewhere else.
See, the fact that it doesn't matter to him too. Like, do I even need to say anything in response to that? The fact that it doesn't matter to him, who it goes to? I feel like that point speaks itself, and I don't really need to say anything about that.
But I can, however, prove that multiple times channels I've reacted to have been very positive about it, and their channel has grown exponentially as a result of it.
Entirely misses the point.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. You're missing his point, I think, intentionally, because God forbid you speak to people.
Entirely. It's not even in the domain of what I talked about in the
Yeah, yes, it was. Please read your own script.
script. The argument was not that React content never has benefited anyone ever.
It kind of was.
Is that absent React content, more people would benefit. That React
According to you, yes.
content has a net loss in terms of exposure to other people because the reactor themselves has to sustain.
But there's not a net... according to you, a 100% pool. According to your own logic, it must be 100%. 100% must be used. So therefore, there is no net loss. Because the word loss means less. Means lose. Means less than 100%. I hate people being successful doing successful things. According to who? Your diagrams? Exactly.
Themselves. The reactor,
Moving on.
let's say it took 10 million impressions to get those million views.
Moving on.
A tiny chunk of that and then giving it to someone else.
Moving on.
Seeking out content to bring themselves the maximum amount of profit for the least effort. So I just think this immediately runs against that, since the majority of content I watch and react to is small content like Ordinary Sausage, like Slapfight Championship. Of course, sprinkled throughout there are some bigger content creators as well as organizations that I just appreciate the work of and think that they're fun. But the majority of it has always been the smaller creators. And nah, of course, not always is that like reacting going to help them. In fact, I would argue that it's pretty rare for it too.
How do you find them, Critikal? Through the algorithm.
Google. And this, I know this is a new thing to a lot of people, but there is a search bar at the top of YouTube. You can, in fact, type things into it. I know. Shocking.
The only reason you know those videos exist is because someone had that video fed to them in the algorithm.
Maybe. You don't know that. You're making so many assumptions based off of your diagrams. No, not really. I'm just making fun. But he really is just pulling that out of his ass. You don't know that. Did you ask? No, you fucking didn't. Because you can't believe in talking to people. God forbid you speak to people. Oh, you poor thing.
And if that creator has the ability to succeed, if they're doing the right things and the algorithm is serving their content, then eventually they will succeed. All you're doing is keeping viewers for yourself as long as...
I'm saying again, no. You're just wrong about how YouTube works. Just in general.
It's possible to prevent them finding other creators themselves. Because why go anywhere else if you're the one-stop shop for content?
Again, if someone watches Moist Critikal and watches him for his React content, they never intended to go find that video in the first place, and you need to get over yourself. Please. It can't be that difficult for you to realize basic fucking connections.
Every single viewer who's watching you watching YouTube videos would be doing something else. And I would argue the vast majority of them would be watching other content online. Would be potentially being shown impressions of other content creators and go, oh, this is a very interesting channel right here. But because you're using other people's content to keep them there, they will never find those creators. You have collectively denied thousands of people careers. Because an
No. Yeah, that's not how that works. Thank you, Blue. Agree. It's not how it works. That's just, no. This is so far out of reality. So far out of reality. Let me actually go back to Twitter. I want to see if Luna ever said anything. No. Luna was epically ratioing DarkViper earlier. Not anymore, sadly, but... If people watch Markiplier, no one's just going to watch him for everything because he doesn't do every other type of content. Well, the point he's making here is that as a React channel, someone is going to that React channel and staying with them for the rest of their fucking lives because they're watching those videos that they can then watch them instead, you know, which isn't entirely wrong, but those people that were going to do that would have founded another React channel and done that for the rest of their lives anyway. Because he cannot fathom people having choices, you know. Fun fact, DarkviperAU is actually live right now. I'm ignoring that because that's a non-point for me. It kind of is. He just kind of wants to control people, I think, which is bizarre. But, he's actually live right now. That's it. I'm not going to comment on it. He's just there for a short chat or whatever the fuck. I'm sure it's very entertaining.
algorithm has a better chance of serving people content that they want to watch long term than you
Gonna skip ahead a little bit, because I don't care.
would love.
It is still against his point. I'm not reacting to things that are just going to bring the maximum amount of profit. That's not what I care about. I've never been a money-driven person.
So Charlie has 2 million followers on
Okay, if... Basic prediction. He's about to say, you don't care about money? Then what about your subscribers and all the money you make? I feel like that's where this is going to go. So we'll see.
Twitter. 2 million followers that he could direct at any time to any YouTube.
True, it is not his responsibility to do so. No matter what you want him to do, it is not his responsibility to do a damn thing that you want him to do. Stop telling people what to do.
Video that he desires. He could tweet out, hey guys, this is an amazing video, check it out. He'd get nothing out of that, of course.
Yeah, and most of his Twitter followers would not click on the damn thing. Because, 1, it's Twitter. 2, it's Twitter. 3, it's fucking Twitter. And 4, most people aren't gonna bother. It's not a thing. No one gives a shit. This is such a stupid point. Please be a human being that actually knows what he's talking about. Please, Viper. Please.
The exposure would directly go to that content creator and translate to some amount of views. Let's see how many times he's done it. Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, okay. Bunch of stupid fucking points. Gonna just do this. Now hang on, let me readjust that. Gonna just do that.
We're still at 0. So it's to give exposure to whoever the fuck he wants for no benefit to himself, and he doesn't do it at all. There must be exceptions in here somewhere.
Stupid ass point. These are not points. Stop making this point. He has no obligation to send anyone anywhere because that is not something he has to do. All you're doing is being an idiot. Period. Period. You're wrong and you're bad.
But he spends dozens of hours re-uploading other people's content to his Twitch
Completely within his right. Get over it.
stream and his YouTube. He doesn't give people shout-outs on his Twitter where he can't
Again, it's Twitter.
benefit from such shout-outs. Ain't that weird that the only time
Actually, he would benefit from such shoutouts because he would get impressions on that tweet. You see, people would comment on it, retweet. They would maybe even click on the link, which would benefit him indirectly because it would be essentially an advanced form of networking. So, by your own stupid-ass logic, you've gotten dumber, which is amazing. I genuinely cannot believe that is a concept.
time Charlie will even give a veneer of shouting out YouTube videos is when he personally can benefit from it.
Please get over it. Please get over yourself. Your moral grandstanding impresses no one.
Odd.
Calls
No, it's not. Because it's a business. Please get over yourself.
me an exploiter class is outright disgusting.
Charlie, you
Agree. Thank you. Thank you, Moist Critical. Agree.
make millions of dollars a year in any
Again, not your money, not your business.
other industry. All these people that you're talking about paying in exposure, you'd be paying with hard cash.
Has he ever said paying for exposure? Did he say that in this video and I skipped over it? I doubt it.
Some of that money in your bank account, in any other industry, you'd be like, okay, you put a lot of work into this video. Here's 10 grand.
I say again, it is not your money. It is none of your fucking business what he does with his money. I get you think he should redistribute it. Get the fuck over yourself.
Oh, that's a very nice video. Here's 5 grand. But instead, you're like, hey, man, that's a nice video. I'll pay you in some exposure, right? Yeah, money? No. I got to keep that for myself. But exposure?
Has he said that? I doubt it. You're just doing blanket bullshit again.
You might get some. Maybe. A guy's sitting all the time on that, did you? Well, this is mine now. My name's Moist Critical, by the way. Be sure to check out my YouTube channel. No.
This guy is so stupid. Like, ever since he does ever since he did the COVID video, I made fun of him because he was stupid. But I didn't think he was stupid, but now I genuinely think he's, you know. Is he against reaction channels not because they didn't do the labor, but because they're in the video and you're playing in the background? Because if so, that's incredibly stupid. And the reason people do it is because back in the day, all a person could do is 1, private the video, 2, say that's not what they meant, like Viper is doing now. Viper, I'm sure his next video he's gonna desperately backtrack a lot of shit because he's being so dumb.
He's probably getting something out of it, right? You're using other people's diligent as I again established so heavily in that 14-page document.
No, you didn't. Please stop saying you did anything in that document because you didn't do shit. You ranted for like an hour and a half and then you cried. Like, that's it.
He says that people only react to content that's doing well in the algorithm and that they were going to be successful on their own.
This is not what I said, and you can repeat it
That is almost quite directly what you said.
ad nauseum, but it won't make it true.
And you can repeat that ad nauseum, but not a goddamn thing you've said so far is any truer. My dude, you are being outplayed by nature itself. My God.
DarkViper has a point that he can't possibly prove. There is no way he could accurately, with real evidence, show me that these channels were going to do extremely well without React content.
Agree. There is no logical, actual way he could prove that.
Not what I said.
Is what you said.
I said somebody.
You said if someone made good content algorithmically, then therefore they would receive all of the shit they would have gotten if those React channels didn't exist. Please stop misrepresenting your own fucking points from your meticulous essay.
Would get those impressions, which is true. And these people being more deserving of that
That was being reacted to.
To use money as an example, it's like if I stole $1 from 1 million people, and then I gave one guy $100. And Moist Critical's like, see? This guy that I gave $100 to wasn't screwed by me. But everyone else was.
No, they weren't. Using your own, once again, your own stupid ass analogy. If I take $1 from 1 million people, that is a singular dollar. I have screwed no one over. I have maybe inconvenienced a few of the 1 million people, maybe 150 people. Sure. I have inconvenienced some degree of people for stealing $1. Well, someone's at the door. I will be right back. Bit of a delay at the moment. I'll be back. All right. So that was a pretty long time. Sorry. Landlord came by. And, generally, I think it's a pretty bad idea to tell your landlord to go away. Okay. Sorry, guys. Hello, Ivan X and Bloop Me. Sorry I was gone for so long. Landlord came by. Can't exactly tell him no. So, we had to have a chat about a few things. I'm not in trouble or none. I make it sound like he was on me. But he wasn't. It was fine. So, Ivan X, just to catch you up. Assuming you're still here. Oh no, I don't think he's still here. I think I have an X left. Okay, never mind. So, moving on.
Remember, Charlie isn't alone in his theft. There are tons of people doing...
Again, it's still not theft. You can repeat that it's theft ad nauseum, as you said before, but changes nothing. I am here. Oh, okay. I checked the users in the chat and it didn't... Okay. Just to give you a rundown, we read 14 pages of this random rant by the dude about how reaction streamers, reaction channels, and stuff like that are stealers, they're thieves, they're yada yada yada, you know? And that's really it. And so far he's just sort of punching as many people as he can to prove his point. He keeps saying how meticulous his essay was and how nice it was and yada yada. When really it was quite bad. It was like third grader writing, honestly.
doing the same sort of thing. Stealing $1 from everyone and giving $100 to someone else. And say...
Again, I'm going to go back to the point I was making earlier. I actually think I never got to finish it. If I take $1 from a million people, okay, $1 from a million people, that's total $1 million for me. If I take $1 from a million people, he said, I have ruined people's lives for that. No, it's $1. So if I took $1, I might inconvenience... Let's go with a quarter of a million people. Quarter of a million people. 250,000 people. So let's say 250,000 people I have inconvenienced. Because I haven't ruined their lives, it's $1. And then he says, and then gave $100 to somebody else. That's a good thing. You've given $100 to someone. That is a good thing. You taking $1 from everyone else does not disqualify that $100 you've given away. Period. Period and exclamation point. Just in general. And it's idiotic to make that comparison. I've mildly inconvenienced people, and $100 goes a long fucking way with some people, okay? $100 is sometimes the difference between whether or not they get to eat that day, or, sorry, that week, or if they get to go hungry and can't pay their rent. You know what I mean? So $100 is a lot for a lot of people. So that was just kind of a silly point. I don't... A lot of his points are dumb.
Like, I'm a good guy. I'm giving that guy $100. But as reactors keep doing this, even the guy you gave $100 to will occasionally lose $1. Over.
I'm just gonna move on. That was one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
Enough time, the more people who do that bargain, taking $1 from everyone, that guy as well will lose his $100. Again, I can't even say Charlie disagrees with me because he doesn't understand the point I'm making.
No, he does. Your point was just that dumb.
The creator saw my reaction to it and was really disappointed. They didn't appreciate it, and I totally understood where they're coming from because I didn't really add anything to it. I didn't really react to it, so to them it felt like I was just re-uploading their content on my stream.
Because that's what you're doing, even when...
No, it's not. No, it's not. Like right now, this video that I'm showing you right now, where I've skipped around and I've only shown a few bits, I am not stealing your content, DarkViper. I know you probably disagree. You'll get over it. But I'm not stealing your content. Your content is not stolen. Your content is being reacted to. Period. Period, exclamation point. Anyway, I'm gonna skip ahead because I feel like this is the same bullshit point he keeps repeating.
Flick a few every once in a while to someone else.
It's never supposed to be piggybacking off of someone else's hard work in order to do nothing for it and make money off it.
Guys, that thing that I do repeatedly, it isn't my goal. Sure, I feel guilty about it quite frequently apparently, but I still do it, but it's not my goal to do that thing.
I'm just gonna skip past that stupid ass point too.
Watched my content for a long time.
And I remember the day I stopped. I was watching and I was like, wait a second. This is just React content. And that last video I watched was just...
Yeah, that's grand, DarkViper. I remember the moment I stopped watching DarkViper personally. I saw a video on COVID where he essentially repeated a bunch of character attacks and made no actual points. And that was the end of the video. So, he's not gotten better. It's the same shit.
$50 million a year on the back of unpaid writers and content creators. Hey, can I get a source on that one as well? Where the fuck is my 20 mil a year? What an outrageous number to pull right...
Yeah, he pulled it out of his ass. He pulls out everything out from his ass. I'm not going to bother reading... I'm not going to bother listening to his argument because I know it's bullshit. So I'm just going to move on.
Content debate comes up. The people that take the most offense to it and make the biggest stink about it are the people that aren't having a problem with people reacting to their content.
I went into such intricate detail to explain...
No, you didn't.
...that everyone suffers from React content.
No, they don't.
But those who are reacted to suffer the least.
Those who are reacted to suffer the least? 1, you did not say that in your shit. 2, what the fuck? That defeats your whole ass... Yeah, you get it, Ivanx.
Is an idea called a negative externality. To go back to my analogy
Just
from
gonna
before...
skip because you're being stupid again.
Reacting to it.
Of course, because in any system, you are much better off ingratiating yourself with the elites than trying to challenge them. This video doesn't benefit me. If I became friends with you, despite your exploitation, I would be in a better position.
I hate his face. He looks so smug constantly for no fucking reason. Skipping again.
XQC stream instead of yours. Well, those 70,000 people may never have found that small channel in the first place, and now maybe some of them do go over there, and he mentions that as like trickle-down reactonomics or some shit like that. But for a lot of people, that is a net positive thing, where there could have been no one that ever found it in the first place.
Agree. That is a really good point.
Right, so I'll try it even simpler. Let's say we have...
Oh, good. So here he comes out with his bullshit diagrams again that don't mean anything, that he pulls out of his ass, and then he'll say, it's just to represent a complex idea.
Have two different realities here. In this reality, XQC doesn't use other people's labor to keep himself live longer. He has to expend more energy making original content. You see, this, people do go to see a movie.
Wow, look how great that diagram was. The X's raining down from 2 rectangles. I'm not gonna bother. Who's Smart Viper? Lamau. I would argue this point, but frankly, I don't even fucking need to. That was the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard. I'm moving on.
Cool point, and capture all these people.
That the reaction, like the reactors and their content, are taking eyeballs away from other content creators online that have nothing to do with that space.
We have two realities. People don't go to see a movie, and people do go to see a movie.
Agree. And then there's a third reality, where someone tells people about this movie by watching some clips of it, and then people go watch the movie because of that reaction video, contrary to the fact that you believe that doesn't exist. Sorry. I'm sorry you don't understand reality, but that's
my claim is if
reality.
They don't go to see a movie, they will do other things. This is not a claim that needs demonstration. It is true, because
it is true. If they don't go watch the movie, they will indeed do other things. For example, watch another movie, robbing profits from the movie they didn't watch. Again, based on your logic. I've never seen that take from anyone. Exactly. Because no one makes the takes he's arguing against. He's the living embodiment of Twitter. He makes up a dude he's angry at, argues against that dude's existence, and no one ever said anything.
Those people wouldn't cease to exist. If Spider-Man No Way Home didn't exist, then those people would do other things, some of which will be baseball, Netflix,
disgusting shit he said, and all reactors are bad people.
My point was, consent matters, and the
Your point was that consent matters, so you used a hyperbolic bullshit statement about how all reactors are essentially sexual abusers. It doesn't matter what the fuck your point was. That shit's stupid as hell. I don't care how hyperbolic you fucking were. You're still a dickhead. You still, by your own logic, should no longer have a channel. Get over yourself. Grow up.
The idea of asking consent after you've already done the thing is clearly not good. That is not how consent works. And I made
Sure, bud. Keep on.
flippant offhand examples. Like I didn't even say it explicitly. My exact words were,
I don't understand what he's talking about. He's saying that reacting without consent is the same as being sexually assaulted. Or as sexually assaulting someone, rather. He says that if you go to a party with a reactor, make sure you cover your cup, or else they'll put a roofie in it. Now, granted, if he ever saw this video, he would hear what I say there, and then he would immediately say, I never said that. I have to wait for Strimmer, because Strimmer did a big bit on the essay. At the beginning of the stream, there was a 14-page essay that I broke down and fucked up. Sadly, you joined a little late to have watched that whole thing, but that'll really help.
at the very end to highlight the absurdity of that position.
To highlight the absurdity of that position.
If you meet a reactor at a party, I suggest covering your glass or outright tell them you don't want them to fuck you, because they seem keen to take a person's silence for consent.
Okay, one, you actually made a reference to the fact that they would roofie you earlier. That it was actually earlier in the 14-page essay as well, with your stupid-ass little face down here. Two, I don't give a shit what your reason was. No, just no. You disappoint me so immensely.
Again, harkening back to the idea that it's okay to take another person's content without consent because they have yet to say no. That was the analogy. It was
It was a stupid-ass analogy, and it was an equivalence fallacy. Do better.
hyperbole to explain the absurdity of
A
that
stupid hyperbole.
idea of consent.
Do better.
The idea of doing something that you know someone might not be okay with,
Do
not asking for consent, and then
better.
stopping only when they say no is not how consent works.
Wait, hang on. Let me find. Hang on. Wait, what? Hang on. Trying to find a specific thing. I don't understand how this is supposed to work. But that's not what I meant to do. Damn it. Yeah, I'm trying to do something. Oh well. It's not worth it. I'm already tired of trying. He's having something with Penguin Zero, yeah. He's having beef with Charlie of all people.
While reactors dismiss the idea of paying workers for their labor or giving them a say over who can profit from it, they will also attack the idea of informed consent as a concept, stating that they will steal as much of a person's labor as they desire before the person finds out and tells them to stop. In other words, if you feel pressured to not cause a fuss about someone stealing your content, perhaps due to fearing the powerful reactors and their audience will threaten your livelihood with backlash, which I'm experiencing now, or if you're not knowledgeable enough to say no, you don't know another person is out there exploiting your labor, or if you physically can't say no, maybe because a reactor has spiked your drink at a party, a reactor believes they can do whatever.
See? He actually mentions directly. Maybe because a reactor has spiked your drink at a party.
they want to you. Consent to reactors means they can do whatever they want to you unless you have explicitly told them no. Going to a party with a reactor must be a scary thing. These are flippant comments to explain.
They are not flippant comments. They are very serious comments in your 14-page essay that was meticulous. So no, they are not flippant comments. You can repeat it ad nauseum. It changes nothing. And I'm going to keep saying that, by the way, as a fuck you to DarkViper.
The absurdity of that idea of consent. I want Moist Critical to come out and say it is perfectly fine to do something to another person that they may not like. You do not need to ask for consent. And you can do that thing as many times as you want. And then when they say no...
I hate to break this to you. You are not entitled to have no one do anything you don't like. I hate to break that to you. Hate to break it to you. Hate to be the one to tell you about reality and how some people just don't like you and they ain't gonna be nice to you. Hate to be the one to put that out there. Hate to be the one to put that information out there. Hate that. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Hate to. I hate to be the bearer of bad news in situations like this. But no. Some people will do that. And it has no connection to sexually abusing someone and roofing their fucking drink. You absolute psychotic asshole.
No, then you stop. I want him to come out and say that is what consent is.
It's not. Stop slamming your fucking desk. My God. You look like such a fucking petulant child every time you slam your hand on your desk.
He won't, of course. Either what you're doing is okay and you do not need consent, or you need consent and you should ask for it first.
No. You can ask for consent, which is respectful and nice. You can do that. But it is not something you are obligated to search for. Get over it. Cope, seethe, and mauled.
There's no middle ground. You either need...
There is, in fact, a middle ground. Sorry to break that to you. Things are not black and white in your tiny little mind.
Or you don't. It's not something that only matters after you do what you want to do. I just want to say thank you, Charlie, for not even linking the document, making...
Yeah. Most React channels don't do that anymore. Because when you do, when it's a reaction that's negative towards someone, you don't include the link. Because then they get criticized for inciting the mob for putting your link. So this is a stupid-ass point. Cope, seethe, mauled, grow up.
it so your misrepresentations will be found by the least amount of people. Can you
You're
imagine making a response video to a video that
misrepresentation.
doesn't even exist? Misrepresenting it for 25 minutes, and then making sure that it is as hard as possible for people to find out that you're misrepresenting it. If you like, I will update my position on Charlie. Charlie is a person who does bad things that he doesn't understand are bad. Maybe he does actually have good intentions, and he does not understand how he's exploiting people. I just find it hard to believe that a person can see another person work 500 hours on a piece of work, take it.
Yeah, because you know how long they spent on the piece of work. Come on.
Give that person no money, and then get yourself 20 grand off it, and feel like you don't owe that person anything. Of course, I will
That is generally how it works.
applaud Charlie. By coming out ahead of my video, he can undercut it so heavily that it will no longer...
You released a 14-page essay on your Twitter with the words, "All reactors are bad people." He had no obligation to wait for your stupid-ass video. And you released the script early. I hate to break this to you. It's your own damn fault. Suffer. Suffer for your choices. Your choices were made. You are suffering the consequences of them. That's life. Deal.
longer be taken seriously. The ideas within it will not be looked at with an open mind. Good job.
Frankly, they shouldn't be. It's a fucking third grader's essay.
Using your platform to crush down dissent against...
I don't think I need to respond to that point.
your empire of unpaid labor.
Empire of unpaid labor. Fucking Emperor Moist
I
Critikal,
am
dude.
sorry that I personally think
With
that
his massive fucking dildo. Man, that guy is disgusting. I agree.
if a person spends a fuck ton of labor on something, that you as a multi-millionaire should give them
According to you.
some money. I know I am screwed because the average person does not understand the complicated dynamics of how these online platforms work.
Well, that's your own fucking fault. You released a 14-page, meticulous essay that was intricate with the details that you established throughout your 14-page fucking essay. So, your essay if someone did not understand, if someone happened to not understand when they read your essay should have taught them. It is your responsibility, as the dumbass who wrote that fucking essay, to educate the people reading your essay. It is your fault. Go back to English class. You failed. You definitely failed. In whatever class you took, whatever teacher passed you, if they passed you, they need to be fired, because you failed.
But oddly, it seems Charlie doesn't understand either. Which
Oh no, he understands fine. You somehow have misunderstood your own fucking essay.
both explains the last video that he made where he was terribly wrong, and this one where he's even more wrong. How can a person have gotten this far in their career and understand so little about the platforms that
I don't know, how did you get this far in your career and yet you still don't understand your platform?
they use? Understand, this was brief. I didn't spend much time arguing for my position, simply explaining it. The document argues for it. If you feel
The document argues for it poorly.
like you still don't understand my point, or you still disagree with it, read it. The link
Oh no, I both understand it and I have read it, and I still disagree with it. You're operating under this weird ass assumption that if I've read the paper, I must therefore agree. There is no concept of disagreeing even after I've read the stupid paper. But the paper is written by a third grader, and I still disagree.
link will be in the description. It annoys me because it's meant to be a draft script for a video that I would eventually make.
Oh, I'm glad it was a draft script. I'm glad, because if that was the final, you failed. As a draft, still a fail, but at least it's higher than the fucking final.
So obviously I would have expanded upon it, but I guess I don't get that luxury now because Charlie
You released the script. That's not Charlie's fault. That is not Charlie's fault that you released it and that he reacted to it. That is not his fault. That is entirely your fault. Cope Seed Mauled, deal with your choices. It's your own fucking consequences.
has stolen that from me, just like he
He
steals
has not stolen jack shit. Shut the fuck up.
from everyone else.
Shut the fuck up.
You may still disagree after that point, but at the very least you'll understand my point, which
No, I don't understand it because you're fucking stupid. He's saying reactors bad because they steal content. He says they take other people's content and then just steals it. Then makes money off of it. Because they are overlords who steal things. No, dude. Do better.
which Charlie clearly does not.
Charlie clearly does not what?
So obviously I would have expanded upon it, but I guess I don't get that luxury now because Charlie has stolen that from me,
No, he
just
didn't.
like he steals from everyone else.
No, he doesn't.
You may still disagree after that point, but at the very least you'll understand
I do
my
not.
point, which Charlie clearly does not.
Oh no, your point cannot be understood because it's not a good point. It's stupid. Now, Charlie did eventually make a response video to that video where essentially he's like, okay, I've watched that video. I've tried to understand a little better, blah, 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 blah. I didn't watch, I think I just watched that one. This one was released today. DarkViper's streaming right now, so I'm sure he's still talking about it, even though he's just defending himself over and over, because DarkViper, our god, cannot be wrong.
Everyone, I tried to set up like a teleprompter and stuff and read from it so it didn't look like I was reading from a script. I sucked at it. So just, you know, just listen to this in audio or something, because I'm going to be reading a script. Response videos. Wow. Hello everyone. This is a response to Critikal's response to my response to his response, which was a response to my draft script I made for a
Just
video.
gonna skip.
I've spoken to Asmongold privately, and I do believe he knows what he's doing is wrong. He still does the same React content he always has. Despite this, I still decided should this topic ever come up again, I would speak more generally. I would not focus on one particular content creator. So recently, Hassan Piker said many frankly horrible things on his stream, highlighting that he feels entitled to use any other person's labor exclusively for his own profit and without their consent. I found this frankly humorous coming from a socialist, given that socialism is directly opposed to such ideas.
So, okay, once again, you're doing something I technically agree with. If your whole fucking 14-page essay was about Hassan, I agree. Completely. And I noticed that you're focusing on Hassan again. However, you didn't do that. So,
Believing bare minimum that profit should be shared among the workers and workers should have a say over who can profit from their labor. The reason there are references to capitalism
you're a little entitled there, bud.
and spiking people's drinks in that script was originally because they related to particular things Hassan said in his stream.
Then specify. If there are references to something Hassan has fucking said, then put in your meticulous essay that you are specifically referencing something that dumbass has said. If that was the case, it was so easily avoided. All of this was so easily avoided. Completely your fault.
Explaining the flaws in his reasoning. However, I wanted to be general, so I scrubbed specific references to Asan from the script and referenced a group of people whenever I felt it necessary to...
That's stupid. You should not have done that. That is your own fault.
highlight the sort of creator or content I was referring to. Content creators and what benefit reactors claim to give to others is ultimately illusory. While some individual content creators benefit, as a whole, original content creators are worse off, and I consider this an indisputable fact given the nature of how the online content creator marketplace works.
You considered an indisputable fact based on nothing, because you do not have any real evidence, you just have a few shitty diagrams. So you have no actual evidence. You could just consider it an indisputable fact because, well, I want it to be a fact. So it is a fact now, because whatever. I don't want arguments. It's real now.
Critical's video, however, painted my impassioned writings as DarkviperAU.
Impassioned writings? Your fucking unhinged rant was impassioned? Therapy, please.
Who called Moist Critikal a rapist. It was the
Which you did do.
first thing he did, and he maintained this throughout.
Which you did do.
This was not the response I expected, although that is large.
I'm sure it's not what you expected, but you probably fucking should have. Hey, what's up, I1Chem, 1Kes, 1K? Falls into the political sphere as well, not just the generic drama sphere. Yeah. What do you mean by big boy? Probably the fact that I'm fat. Granted, my camera doesn't show it super well, but... whatever. Tried to move it and it just fucking reset itself.
Actually, because I expected no response at all.
No, I call everyone big boy. Oh, okay. Even small chicks. Well, I didn't mind. It's not like I was offended at all. I was chill.
I was not happy that a significant portion of the discussion around something I was very passionate about, and a script I was quite proud of, was being reduced to whether or not reactors are out there raping people.
Well, hold on. Going back to what you said not but a minute ago, you directly said that the script was impassioned writings. That was something you said directly, not but a moment ago. You said it was impassioned writings, and now you're saying you're passionate about it and you're proud of it, and that you hate that it's boiled down to whether or not reactors are going around sexually abusing people. Hate to break it to you, but when you open your essay with all reactors are bad people, and then you follow it up with, yeah, they'll probably stick a drug in your drink and bang you without consent. The fact that you expected anything else is mind-baffling. King, where are you? What do you mean? What me? Yeah, well, I mean, what mean? I'm on stream talking. What do you mean? Where am I? What mean? I say I'm here. I don't understand. Like a place. Oh, I'm in the United Kingdom. England. Unpause moment. You were paused that whole time? No wonder you were struggling. Dude, I've been talking for like the last 45 minutes. I was wondering why he said I don't know where streamer went, and I was sitting here talking, so that was a little weird.
People. This is at best a misunderstanding of two lines in the whole document.
No, it's not. It's not at best a misunderstanding. It's, at best, it's someone thinking it's a flippant remark. At worst, it's someone thinking you're serious. Because it's not misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. It's false equivalence, and it's horseshit.
And so I rightly consider this to be exceptionally uncharitable.
Uncharitable? Get over yourself. You've been so ridiculously uncharitable to fucking anybody that speaks that isn't your dick. You will get the fuck over it, I'm sure.
Moist Critical is not a bad person. He is correct to say that many of the general statements I made about reactors in regards to their motivations probably do not apply to him.
I'm amazed he's admitted that. Okay.
This is of course the downside of speaking generally. I was at the time very angry. I would hope under better circumstances I would have been willing to admit that Critical's motivations likely differ from others.
You wouldn't. Every time someone makes a video that you get angry at, you go livid and you just, you beat on them and you just make this screaming video where you're super angry and you're slamming the table and you're so upset. And then, later, now granted you didn't do this for other people, for example, Grade A Under A, you never did this, where you went back on it when you weren't Tantrum Baby. But since Charlie's a bigger YouTuber, you've decided, you know what, I'll admit that I've done a few things wrong. So no, I'm not charitable. I'm not. Suffer, cope.
Rather than simply doubling down and implying everyone who does React content is the same.
You not only did you double down, you fucking quadruple downed. You downed as fucking far as you fucking could. But come on.
It would be more correct to say that all reactors are doing a bad thing, as opposed to all reactors are bad people. Less catchy though.
That would still be wrong. Suffer, cope.
Saying that, there is an outcry against reactors like every few years.
No, there's an outcry against specific reactors every few years, and then most of them fade into obscurity as soon as the trend ends.
I understand why viewers don't understand why it's harmful, but reactors probably shouldn't be continually hearing this outcry and still concluding there's nothing sus going on. In Critical's newest video, he said that if he linked to my text document, he'd run the risk of people dogpiling me.
Yes. I said that actually a few minutes ago. Constant issue.
It's a text document with absolutely no links to anything related to me.
No. See, what he said is he would link to your tweet. The tweet. The Twitter tweet. The tweet on Twitter, which is your account. So, no.
There isn't even a comment section.
This is a bad faith argument. You literally just complained about people not being charitable, and then you proceeded to be as uncharitable as fucking possible. Like, come on, man.
It's just silly. It is not conceivable that you looked at the document and said, oh, if I showed people this, there'd be some dogpiling on that dark...
That you didn't... Did you watch this video? He specifically mentions the tweet. He specifically mentions linking the tweet. Do better. You can't complain that nobody read your shit and nobody watched your video and then not watch the Critikal video. Do better.
DarkviperAU, you probably just didn't think about it. In reference to my Twitter exchange with one of my viewers, I understand that you may take umbrage with these words that I wrote after the fact for a different purpose, and that is fine, but your presentation of these words were as if this was the main thesis of my scripts.
Well, frankly, your main thesis was all reactors bad. The tangential words of all reactors sexual abusers directly connects to the all reactors bad point. They are directly connected. So the fact that you think it's baffling that someone took that point, connected them, made it your main theme, and went with it is baffling to me, frankly. Thank you, Xenox. Yeah, I saw it.
It is what you dedicated the first 6 minutes of your video discussing and brought it up many times after that whilst calling my script an
Move it over to funnies if you don't mind.
unhinged rants. Many people
It was an unhinged rant.
came away sincerely believing all I was doing was saying reactors are rapists, and that's absurd. While
It is absurd to believe that is the only thing you were saying, but you said it twice in a 14-page essay, and it's directly connected to the reactor's bad point. So don't put it in your script next time.
reading this script, I realize I'm mainly just pointing to the things that I disagree with. Obviously, it was a very good response video, as in because I'm only highlighting my disagreement.
Obviously, it was a very good response video. Suddenly? You went after him for being uncharitable, but like 10 minutes ago when I was watching the other video, granted, but still.
It may seem like I'm being overly critical of Charlie now.
You are kind of a dick whenever you're angry. You're very reactionary. Slamming the table, screaming, you know.
It's not my intention. I
Okay.
appreciate his response. In regards to
Okay.
your video about short form content, I was being kind due to promising myself to not start drama this year. I of course failed.
Promising myself to not start drama this year. So it's an entirely fucking, it's an issue that you have constantly, starting drama with people? Get therapy. Go to a therapist. I mean this genuinely, by the way. I'm no longer joking. I'm no longer joshing on him for no fucking reason. Genuinely go to a therapist. Genuinely talk to somebody. Get your shit out there. Find a way to not start drama with fucking every single human being that disagrees with you slightly. Please. This is a scripted rant. That's why you don't make false equivalents, because it makes people think... Yeah. Bloop me out here making good points. Thank you, Bloop me.
Failed. Not in the way that I expected. Your entire video is wrong because you sought to show what sort of money people get from short form content, concluding it was next to nothing, which is false.
Next to nothing in comparison to long form content. This is not the argument I care about anyway. I don't care about your arguments against this short form video. I didn't watch it, didn't care.
You even included a recommendation that your comment section was saying things like, "Whoa, I had no idea Beluga made no money, and I really respect that daily dose of internet guy now," insinuating that he too makes no money. The main problem with your video, Charlie, is that you never explicitly defined what short form content was, so viewers assumed it was a false perception between 8 and 10 minutes for the necessary. It doesn't happen in that video, and your recommendations are incorrect, thus I disagree that this was a reasonable expectation. Even in hindsight, I still don't think it would have been reasonable to expect. Key to notice is that aces, but it isn't that. Charlie argues that I should have expected the outcome that my script would be given to creators and a response would happen.
You should have. You cannot honestly tell me that you put in a 14-page essay, all reactors want to roofie you and do the rape. And you expected that not to get a reaction? You expected that to just fly by. That's insane.
I disagree that this was a reasonable expectation. Even in hindsight, I still don't think it would have been reasonable to expect. Key to notice is that no one else listed in that document made a video. Hassan does what he always does when people point out that he is a greedy, exploitative capitalist who is the product of gross nepotism and grifts people by claiming to be a socialist. He threw a hissy fit on stream and called me some mean names.
Because he's Hassan. Hassan's a fucking crybaby. If your whole ass thing was about Hassan, which it probably fucking should have been, then just make it about Hassan. Because yeah, Hassan is a perfect example of that 14-page essay you wrote. But the issue is, every reactor, which is what you said, is not. And that's just the truth. Like, no matter what you say, just period. Period. Viper unintentionally made a meme of himself now. He's sad people think that the person in the essay isn't him. Thunk.
If I had mentioned someone else's name in that group other
He's always kind of been a meme. I'm gonna keep this here, by the way. This is gonna stay here.
than you, perhaps putting Mizkif there, he probably deserves to be there more than you do. The Mizkif would have gone on stream and gone, "Lol, I'm not reading this guy's dumb," and then it would have ended. While I am relatively speaking a very large creator, I am still not normally front page news. I say things all the time that if a larger content creator said them, it would be all over live stream fails and everyone would be throwing a hissy fit. Everything.
Yeah, okay, but none of this is a good example. You still called all reactors rapists, dude. So if your complaint is that got on front page news and you're surprised by that, then you got unlucky, I guess, you know?
Everything I said in that document, I have said a dozen times over the years. No one cared. I was more interested in getting the script out of my head than anyone actually reading it, because when I get a script in my head, as rare as that is, it distracts me from my more important work until I give it to someone. I was, and still am, very proud of that script, and I think it is a good
You should not be.
read. But I didn't
It is not.
expect anything more than a tiny fraction of my normal Rambles audience to actually read it. Although arguably many people were just going off a brief summary that I put near.
Yeah, he's still shoveling his grave. All while saying, well, it shouldn't matter. You know? I just said that stuff rambling, dude. It doesn't matter. I only expected my audience who like my rambles to read it. It shouldn't matter.
here the actual link to the document, so maybe not many people read it actually. I have
I read it.
received many messages from creators tired of React content suggesting that my words will achieve substantive change. I disagree, as much as I appreciate Charlie's suggested changes to his own content. Content aggregation, by that I mean bringing all the good content to one place, is very profitable, and the service is appreciated by some viewers, even if my script more like an old man just wanting people to understand the hellscape we find ourselves in, rather than let us pick up arms and throw the reactors on the fire. Don't get me
I'm not going to respond to that one.
wrong, I'd like to be wrong. If that figuratively happens and everyone just abandons all the reactors,
It's not going to happen because it shouldn't. That's it. Not even book tier, let alone essay tier. Viper wouldn't know the difference from a tabloid and a scientific. Ugh, yeah.
aces. Charlie references my analogies and suggests they were not good. References to spiking people's drinks were good analogies, but
No, they were not. The fact that you were still doubling down on that stupid analogy is wild. It was not a good analogy.
without the original context, I will grant that they may not have been as clear as they otherwise would have been.
No, no. Pick a different analogy. Do better. Do better. You know what's a good analogy? Perfect analogy. Already. Perfect analogy I can think of off the top of my fucking head. It took me 2 fucking seconds. Okay? You could have used the analogy of going to your neighbor's house and borrowing their lawnmower. You didn't tell them. You just borrowed their lawnmower for a quick mow and then put it back. You took the machine they had, mowed your lawn. Now it looks like the work you did with their machine was yours. Like to be wrong goes on about how he'd abandon all reactors. Exactly. But that was a perfect analogy that I just fucking used. Like, come on. That is not a good analogy. Analogy of all people who react without telling them are big sexual abusers. Oh, I have an exit. If you don't mind, can you move the 2 Dark Viper pictures either to theater or to funnies, please? Town isn't really where they're supposed to be. What does he mean? Well, that's just what he means. They don't tell the people they steal the content from, so they don't consent to their content being stolen. Therefore, reactors would also be okay with sexually abusing someone without their consent. Because, you know, same difference.
But even looking at them now, I still think they're quite clear. When
They are not. They're bad. They are not bad. They are bad. Stop doubling down. Stop doubling down.
When the script was released, the most I heard from one person was that they could be taken in the wrong way, but I
Stop doubling down.
wasn't motivated to change them because I wanted to get back to my actual work.
Then don't make the script. Don't do the essay. That easy. If you don't want to do it, don't do it.
I honestly didn't give them any thought, as they were but 2 lines on 14 pages.
You'll get over it.
Statements that imply, if they haven't said no yet, then I have consent, are terrible, as it
I'm going to skip over it. No, they don't.
and what I further tried to clarify on Twitter. This does not mean reactors are rapists, or rape anyone, or that React content is rape, but the idea of consent as being everything is okay until they say no is clearly bad, and might lead a person to harm if they sincerely believed that was acceptable.
No, I'm not going to respond to that one. Because I've already dealt with this stupid ass point.
I'm gonna be a bit combative here. I am still surprised I
A bit combative? You've been combative over every fucking microscopic little thing so far. Fuck off, I'm gonna be combative here.
have to say that. There is a principle of charity in interpretation of people's
A principle of charity that you have not afforded any other human being. Suffer.
words. No charity was given in those interpretations
You did not deserve it.
by anyone. No
You did not deserve it.
No one could read that document and be like, DarkViper is saying rapists are reactors, and reactors rape people, and reaction content is rape. Nothing like that is in there. That is
Incorrect.
the least charitable interpretation I've ever received in all my 10 years.
You'll fucking put up with it. Because you did the same exact fucking thing. And you continue to do the exact same fucking thing every time someone disagrees with you, even fucking slightly. Get the fuck over yourself. Grow up.
Of being on YouTube. I will also grant that calling Critikal rich and lazy wasn't necessary, and I'll be honest, that wasn't all that I said.
It wasn't all that you said, but you did say it.
I just had the sense to remove other instances where I stepped over the line when speaking passionately.
Yeah, okay, your passion... No, dude. No. No.
I debated whether to leave this next part in because it might make me sound smug, but I think it's good information.
Smug? Oh, bud. You've sounded smug pretty much this whole time. Include this one and the last one. And every other video you've ever done, frankly. So...
Charlie called these ad hominems. Insulting a person is not the same thing as an ad hominem. An ad hominem is when you insult a person instead of addressing their arguments.
Agree. Insulting someone isn't necessarily an ad hominem. The issue is, some of the arguments he made, you would then respond by insulting him rather than dealing with the arguments he made. Therefore, they were ad hominems. So, cope, seethe, mauled.
I did address your arguments.
No, you didn't.
I was just an asshole while doing it.
You were an asshole while not doing it, is what you meant.
I am sorry that my criticism of one aspect of your content implied that it was all that you do. I will immediately grant you are not the worst offender of the practice of React content.
Not the worst offender. So charitable. So charitable.
Nor were you the worst person I mentioned. I sincerely wish you the best in your larger productions.
Yeah, sure.
I still have your 2019 guy song in my playlist somewhere. I do, however, take issue with your criticizing me for unfairly simplifying your content, and then you do the exact same thing to me.
Cope, hypocrite? Cope, 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 cope. Cope immediately. You cannot complain that he did it to you after you did it to him. Cope. Deal. Cope and deal.
Me getting angry and ranting is actually quite rare. I have my commentary videos like you do, both stand alone, and as well as my ramble series, which I've spent a ridiculous amount of time on. I have cooking videos, singing videos, I speedrun Dark Souls 3.
Makes no damn difference. You are not known for every little thing you do. You are known for the few things that make it to the limelight. You are known for the few things that everybody pays attention to when the drama spotlight is on you. So right now, you're known for two things. You will either be known for GTA 5 and your speedruns, which actually was pretty good content before you became an insufferable dickhead. And now, you will be known for the fact that you think all reactors are bad, and that you compared them to rapists. This is your own fault. This is your own fault. Nothing will ever change. Suffer. Cope.
I even speedrun eating a Vegemite pizza. I've done
No one cares.
VR games, Minecraft speedruns, Among Us, Fork.
This is what I'm saying, though. No one cares, because now what you're known for is this. Because you decided to put that out there. You should have been more careful. You should have been nicer. You should have made the essay more specific. There's 100 of things you could have done better.
Guys, I've played dozens. If Rockstar died tomorrow, I'd still have a career, but especially given that I respect that Charlie was willing to say that he made some errors, and I hope I've communicated that I made some too.
Change my class in the points thing is just change my class of character in TF2. I'm known for my cooking streams and not reacting to low-bait politics. Exactly. Even though he is known for reacting to politics and ranting as loud as he can. Nice retrospective. You don't choose what you're not and known for interchangeably. Exactly. You don't choose when you get known, and you do not choose what you're known for. If one day, just randomly, out of nowhere, a video came out of me screaming the N-word in an elementary school, which I have never done, disclaimer, then that would be what I was known for. And I would have no control over that. That was a choice I made in the past, and that would therefore be consequences of my earlier actions. No. He has made this choice. He must therefore suffer for it. Especially since he's doubling down on the damn choice. Own damn fault, dude.
But please keep in mind, in terms of monthly views, Charlie is literally 20 times my size.
Not technically, no, because if we do a little calculation here, I'll actually bring up the calculator. His last video got 445,000 views. So, and Charlie's, Moist Criticals, got 1,449,000. So if I multiply 445,000 by 20, I get 8 million. So that's not true. That has nothing to do with your opinion. Exactly. Your viewers don't matter.
Both his videos about me got on trending, and a significant amount of the views on my video are just his viewers coming to press dislike.
Yeah, good. You deserve it.
The overwhelming vast majority of people who hear about me through this exchange will never watch my videos or read my work.
Good. Like, I hate to say that, but you can't make a stupid-ass decision like that, double down on it, and then continue to double and double and double and double and double. You can't. It's your own fault.
At best, absent Charlie's response video, maybe 1,000 people would have read the script I wrote, and many would have disagreed with it. With the response, not only have I gained nothing, but literally millions of people remember.
I highly doubt that you've gained nothing. I'm sure you've lost some stuff of subscribers leaving you because of that stupid script. I'm sure you've gained a few subscribers.
This in a few months, as DarkviperAU was an arsehole to Charlie, and he thinks that reactors are rapists.
That is what happened. You published an essay where you said that all reactors would roofie you, and we know what happens after that. And then you were an asshole to Charlie in your response, screaming, peeking your mic, slamming your hand on the table. Sorry, bud, but you'll be remembered for it because that's what you fucking did.
I don't really understand how Charlie can repeatedly claim to have respected me and he didn't want to dogpile me, but took an unfinished script and put it on trending, which resulted in people dogpiling on me.
You never said, ever, at any point in that script, that it was unfinished. You did not include in the tweet with the script that it was unfinished. You are blaming people for not reading your stupid fucking mind, and that is not their fault. That is on you. Once again, your fault. And the fact that they dogpiled you, he did his best to avoid that by not including a link to your shit in his video. Which you criticized him for, fun fact. He's just doing what he wants to minimize drama. Yeah, that's why this video is conveniently scripted. This is so sad, press F. I put an F to solidarity. Hang on. F plus L plus ratio.
I would argue I had a gun, something you can justifiably respond to, but I don't think hitting me with a nuke, as he did, was his only option.
No, if you want to use that stupid analogy, once again, you're not good at analogies. If you had a gun, Charlie had a gun, and you fired at everyone in the vicinity that even considered doing... Actually, in fact, you had a gun. Let's say it was a pistol. Okay, whatever. And you fired directly at Hassan, Pokimane, Moist Critikal, and XQC. You fired at all four of them. Because you directly mentioned them. So you fired at all four of them. In your analogy, he responded with a nuke. No, he didn't. He responded by saying, wow, that hurts. That's not red. And then maybe he shot you back. which frankly he really didn't, because most of his video was respectful as hell. Contrary to the fact that you were like a dickhead for most of the fucking video. So, no.
Option. There were better, perhaps equivalent ways to respond to my words.
There was not. Do better.
At the end of the day, I did bring it upon myself.
You did. It is your own fucking fault. And I'm tired of you acting like a victim.
I did release that unfinished script. While I did think it
Without saying it was unfinished.
was the best decision at the time, obviously in hindsight, it clearly was not.
It clearly was not.
Although I do not disagree with anything that I wrote.
Unfortunate. Which just goes to show that you're not apologetic. You have changed. You've not changed. This is not, no. Like I said before, do better.
Of all the things I've said over the last couple of days, the only thing I really disagree with was the way that I presented Charlie.
I mean, I agree that you shouldn't have presented Charlie that way. He is not the way you put in that stupid fucking essay. But you should disagree with some of what you fucking wrote. Because that, ugh.
I do not agree that I presented his character fairly, and for that I am sorry. What a weird couple of days. I tried so hard to work on pacifist percent, because that's all I really want to do. And somehow I just keep getting myself into trouble. It's like
You keep getting yourself into trouble? It's not something you stumble upon on the Sunday walk. You invite this shit. You did this almost intentionally. It's like you did it intentionally. And stop. Stop acting like you didn't ask for this. Because you almost 100% did. Like, come on, dude.
reality itself does not want me to finish that video.
Reality itself disagrees with most of what you said, but...
Even though it's like 6 months overdue. Be sure.
There you go. I'm gonna remove wide DarkViper. Gonna remove communism F plus L plus ratio poop. Close that. Turn that back on. Yeah, what indeed. Welcome to, you know, all that shit, dude. Dead by Daylight. I actually kind of want to, but it's 3:56, so I actually have to be done. It's too late. It's been 4.5 hours. I've been streaming a little bit too long. He can't be that unself-aware about what he's saying. That's what I'm saying, but I genuinely think that he thinks nothing's wrong with it. I genuinely think he thinks he's fine. You know? But yeah, sadly I can't play DVD. I'll play it later on my own. I was gonna stream it because I didn't think it would take that long, but I don't think I can. It's already too late. My wife's about to get home. Australians are weird. Yeah, I have to agree. All right. Who should we raid? Should we raid someone playing Dead by Daylight? I could find someone. Is that what you guys want to play? Or want to watch, I mean? I won't raid DarkViper. Who's on the menu? Well, right now, the only person I have followed is that blind girl playing Dead by Daylight. But if you guys have anybody, I can raid those. All right, let me check out this person you've mentioned here. Eureclius? No. Graveyard Keeper. Sure, if you want me to. I don't mind. Is that cool with you, Bloop Me? Or did Bloop Me leave already? Best say I'll do Earn Elise, if that's... Like, that's fine. I don't mind. Alright. We'll go for it. We'll go for it.